Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. The main character gets reborn as Grand Regent Thragg inside of DC. What will Grand Regent Thragg do inside of DC? What will the strongest Viltrumite do? The Viltrumite who was trained from birth.
DC, What If I Am Thragg? Chapter 1, Weight of Foreign Stars. I opened my eyes and smelled ash. The room was wrong. The gravity was weak, lighter than Viltrumite construction allowed. The floor was cracked at its seams, carbon metal alloy beneath scorched plating. Panels blinked with unfamiliar code. Some screens ran data I didn't recognize. The shapes of the letters were angular, inefficient, Earth origin. But not Coalition. Not Viltrumite. Not Thraxan. This wasn't any ship from our war. It was too old. Too primitive. And the stars outside weren't ours. They spun past a long, broken viewport where the outer hull had split open and been hastily repaired. The stars moved slower than a Coalition cruiser's FTL jump. Too slow. But too fast for Earth's shuttles. Somewhere in between. Someone's dead tech. But the people in the room were correct. Nolan slouched slightly, his back showing the remains of a recent fight. Still breathing. Not broken. Mark stood closer to the viewport, blocking Oliver with one shoulder, feet wide apart. The hybrid boy was taller than I remembered. Older, but not strong yet. Craig stood at parade rest, but his expression was alert, and he didn't look away from me for even a second. Anissa was closer to me than the rest. No sign of injury. No fear. 5 Viltrumites. All loyal once. Some broken later. All alive now. Which meant this was before the final war. But the air didn't match Viltrumite life support. The gravity vector was tilted, unbalanced. The ion trace in the atmosphere was closer to Thanagarian alloy than anything Earth could produce. I stood. My boots struck the floor with weight. Not hesitation, just weight. Power flowed through the musculature that had once torn Nolan's spine in half. It felt familiar. Every inch of my frame answered me with perfect harmony. No flaw. No delay. No compromise. My posture settled naturally. Back straight. Arms at my sides. Jaw forward. They were all still watching me. Nolan spoke first. You've been out for 2 hours. You took a hit when the portal collapsed. We weren't sure if. Where are we? I asked. My voice cut the room in half. Mark tensed slightly, but didn't speak. His mouth moved like he wanted to argue. Nolan gestured to a nearby screen, still flickering. We fell through a singularity. Generated by one of the native meta-humans. She lost control. It pulled the entire strike team into, somewhere. We've confirmed we're not in our universe. Craig stepped forward. Preliminary scans show the population is humanoid. Similar physiology. But not Earth. Not ours. Anissa said nothing. Mark finally spoke. We're not going to kill anyone unless we have to. He looked directly at me. I walked toward the viewport. The stars were still moving. But slowly now. The ship had stabilized. A red planet was visible beneath us. Too uniform. Controlled biosphere. No scars. Orbital lanes showed massive satellite arrays. Advanced enough to match late 21st century Terran development. Not alien. Just refined. Controlled. It wasn't Earth. But it belonged to humans. Craig continued. They have no Viltrumite traces. No version of our empire. No coalition presence. Their strongest champions operate as sovereign actors. Autonomous. Primitive structure, but high lethality. He brought up images on the flickering console. Figures in capes. A man in red and blue. Another cloaked in shadows. Women with golden armor. One wore a ring. Another was made of metal. Superhumans. A war world full of them. Mark's eyes were on me again. I know what you're thinking, he said, voice low. I turned to face him fully. You don't, I said. We're not conquering this world. Not yet. His hands tightened. We don't know anything about these people, he said. You don't know what they're capable of. You don't even know how we got here. This isn't Viltrum. No, I said. It isn't. And then I walked toward him, slow. No threat. But he tensed anyway. Nolan stepped in between us. I stopped 2 feet from him. This world is unclaimed. Unprepared. But rich. Look at it. Nolan's jaw tightened. They aren't like humans. They're more powerful than we are. Craig scoffed. Impossible. Nolan didn't flinch. There are thousands of them. The one who opened the portal could destroy planets. I looked back to the screen. The one in red and blue. Hovering over cities. Moving at speeds I could barely track. Not like Mark. Not like me. But formidable. How many? I asked. Hundreds with planetary strength, Nolan said. Thousands with superhuman capabilities. No organized military. They act independently. Not as one government. But they respond quickly. Faster than us. I considered it. The first time I took Earth, I underestimated it. The second time, I adapted. The third time, I conquered. That was with full intelligence, battle-tested knowledge, and years of preparation. This world would be harder. But not impossible. I turned toward Anissa. What's our current strength? 6 Viltrumites, she said. Including you. The others are scattered across the planet. We lost comms with one. She may be dead. We need a central base. I nodded. Mark stepped forward again. You're not listening, he said. This isn't about survival anymore. This is about restraint. We don't have the right to decide what happens to this world. I looked down at him. You want to be diplomatic, I said. But we are not in our galaxy. We are not protected. This world will strike first. Or it will observe. Either way, it will see us as a threat. Then let them, Mark said. I didn't reply. Because there was no point in debating what was already decided. Viltrumite survival came first. Always. Craig activated a local map. There's a Kryptonian refuge in the north. They call him Superman. He's the strongest so far. Flight, heat vision, invulnerability, planetary level strength. We've confirmed he survived a direct impact from a moon. I stared at the image. The red cape. The crest on his chest. Kill him? Craig asked. No, I said. Mark blinked. What? I stepped forward. If he dies, the others unite. If he lives, we observe him. Learn him. He becomes the measuring stick for their strength. We allow him to live until he shows weakness. Oliver spoke for the first time. Then what? I looked at him. Then we begin. Chapter 2, Moon of Silent Purpose. The Earth remained in view. Small. Rotating beneath us with visible weather systems curling above its oceans. The space between us stretched wide and uninhabited, but I knew that distance meant nothing here. This world was filled with monsters who didn't need ships to cross it. They could fly. They could warp. Some even bent gravity and time. But none of them were Viltrumite. I stood at the reinforced observation bay, hands clasped behind my back. The artificial gravity of this ship, patched together by Nolan and Craig from scrap hull plating and fractured reactor cells, had settled to a tolerable level. Not perfect. Not like Viltrum. But livable. Anissa moved behind me. Quiet. No wasted motion. She didn't ask questions. She didn't offer suggestions. She knew her role. That's why she would command part of this. Craig's boots rang against the floor. He approached without hesitation, without ceremony, but not without respect. The stealth generator is active. No signs of detection from the surface, he reported. We're invisible. For now, I said. He gave a short nod. And when we're not, then we act. It wasn't a threat. Not a boast. It was procedure. Every Viltrumite understood it. Nolan entered through the side panel, helmet in hand. He looked tired. He always looked tired now. Ever since Earth. Ever since Debbie. Since he chose to live like a man rather than as a Viltrumite. He watched the Earth too long when he thought I wasn't paying attention. You've made a decision, he said. I didn't turn. There is no strategy in drifting, I said. Observation yields no advantage unless it is followed by control. He approached slowly. Not out of fear, he had none left, but out of awareness. I didn't waste time reacting to it. Control of what? He asked. This isn't our galaxy. This isn't a system that fears us. These people don't even know what Viltrum is. All the more reason to secure position, I said. Nolan's mouth tightened. And Earth is your first target. No, I said. The moon. He blinked. Craig looked up. There are satellites in lunar orbit. Primitive. Human. Mostly civilian. They'll be blind to us. We don't need orbit. We need ground, I said. Finally, I turned. The moon is quiet. No atmosphere. No population. No detection grid capable of tracking movement at our level. But more importantly, it is close. Close enough to observe. Far enough to escape. Nolan folded his arms. It's a fallback. It's a base, I said. It will become fallback only if we fail. Mark entered through the lower hatch, trailing behind Oliver. Both were still dressed in Earth combat suits, scorched, cracked. They hadn't changed. They hadn't accepted their situation yet. Mark was slower than usual. Not from wounds. From resistance. He heard the end of the conversation. A base? He asked. We're building a base on the moon now. You are not, I said. His eyes narrowed. You can't just. I can, I said. He clenched his fists. We agreed not to start something. You agreed, I said. I'm not letting you make Earth your new battlefield. I approached him, slow. My movements were measured. My breath didn't change. Every step landed with full confidence, each muscle moving only because it was necessary. He stared back, but his shoulders tensed. This Earth is not yours, I said. Not yet. You've seen 2 of its defenders. 2. Out of hundreds. You know nothing of its governments. Its alliances. Its gods. You're still speaking as if we are guests. We are not. Oliver didn't interrupt. He watched Mark, not me. The younger one still hadn't picked a side. That would come later. But he would remember this moment. Anissa stepped in behind me. Construction crews are ready. 2 bioengineers. 5 hybrids. They can last under lunar pressure for 3 days without rest. We'll need shielding. Tectonic braces. Something with magnetic damping. But it's possible. I nodded. Craig asked, how long? 72 hours. No more. Do you want a beacon? He asked. No. This base is for us. No signals. No comms. No lights. Nolan interjected, voice colder than before. And when this world detects it anyway? They'll detect nothing until we make them, I said. Mark turned to Oliver. You're okay with this? Oliver paused. We're stranded. That doesn't mean we start building like we own the place. Oliver shrugged. What else are we supposed to do? Mark didn't respond. I didn't look at either of them. Anissa, I said. You'll lead the construction. Take 4 hybrids and Craig. I want full habitat shielding. Solar absorption nets. Reinforced inner structure. Craig nodded. Mark stepped forward again. You're not listening to me. If they find that base, they'll assume it's an attack. They'll come. And they won't come alone. I want them to come, I said. He looked stunned. They won't understand you, he said. They don't need to, I said. 3 hours later, I stood on the surface of the moon. We didn't use the ship. We didn't need to. I broke atmosphere alone, my flight effortless, body responding with 0 resistance. The void pressed against my skin. I didn't slow down. I didn't breathe. I didn't need to. I descended into Mare Serenitatis. No light. No satellite coverage. Earth's signal patterns didn't fully reach this side, and the Justice League's Moonwatch network was focused on the far side base, still dormant after Martian abandonment. I scanned the crater. Deep enough. Dry. Stable. Perfect. Anissa landed 10 seconds after me. Craig followed. The hybrids came last, modified Earth Viltrumite test subjects. One of them limped. The others were still adapting to 0 atmosphere function. They were weak. But they could work. I nodded. We begin. It took 29 hours. We carved the base into solid regolith, dragging heat-dampening alloys from the fractured remains of a coalition freighter we had salvaged. Craig oversaw the pressure seal installation. Anissa rotated guard patrols, keeping eyes upward toward the Earth. I personally formed the central chamber, no assistance. I wanted to feel every inch of it. If we were going to remain here, it had to match what I knew. There was no sound. Only tremors. Energy passed through rock without echo. No wind. No breath. No birds. Only the distant curve of a blue planet far above. At hour 16, a shadow passed overhead. Not a ship. A man. He wore blue and red. He didn't land. He hovered. Watching. Craig raised a hand, but I stopped him. Let him see, I said. The man stared for 4 minutes. Then he left. Anissa exhaled through her nose. You want him to report? He will. That's the purpose. You think they'll attack? No, I said. They'll discuss. At hour 31, the central chamber came online. No light. No beacon. But oxygen levels stabilized. Heat circulated. Artificial gravity set to 1/5 Viltrumite standard, just enough to suppress local tremors and allow hybrid recovery. I stood in the center of it. The ceiling was narrow. No banners. No markings. Just steel. Just strength. Nolan entered last. Mark didn't come. He hadn't spoken since we began. Nolan looked around. His shoulders dropped, just slightly. Not from relief. From resignation. "You've done it," he said. "It was inevitable," I said. "You built a war chamber." I shook my head. "No. Not yet." Chapter 3, The Silence That Watches. The moon offered no deception. No cover. No sound. A bare stone face watching the earth with no pretense of mercy. It suited us. The absence of weather, of air, of life, it allowed the Viltrumite hand to build without interruption. No distractions. No judgment. Only the labor of absolute function. We didn't speak unless required. There was no need to motivate anyone. Discipline was self-contained. The base had no official name. No title. That was unnecessary. It served one purpose: survive what we didn't understand. The upper chamber held nothing decorative. Just impact-resistant shielding, oxygen filters capable of recycling waste for 12 living organisms, and internal temperature regulation panels stitched into the black stone. Power routed through a modified gravity core, stripped from a derelict orbital beacon we scavenged. It was efficient. Functional. But visibility wasn't the concern. The problem was signatures. Earth's planetary defense systems were limited, yes, but not ignorant. They had sensors. A vast, scattered satellite array, each piece small enough to avoid our direct notice but collectively built to respond to irregularities. We'd spent our first hours here scanning the lower atmosphere and detected passive orbital surveillance. Spectrographic monitoring. Gravity fluctuation sensors. Not coordinated but sensitive. Even worse, they had people. Not tools. People. And those people could move faster than machines. I watched the Earth constantly. It was too quiet. The red and blue figure Superman, as Nolan had called him, had passed over our base once and had not returned. But his absence meant less than his restraint. He had seen us. I let him. And he had done nothing. That was not patience. That was calculation. He was waiting. They all were. "Begin the spoof array," I said. Craig didn't ask questions. He never did. He nodded and moved to the command terminal in the lower control ring. No chair, no console display. Just input sensors burned directly into alloy. His fingers moved in practiced rhythm, activating the stealth drive recovered from our fractured wreckage above the ionosphere. Viltrumite design, but adapted, modified to emit low-energy plasma waves at a randomized frequency, designed to mimic neutral scientific broadcasts. We weren't hiding. We were misleading. Nolan stood at the corner of the room, arms crossed, watching the glowing ring at the chamber's core activate with a deep, pressureless hum. "You think this will keep them away?" "No," I said. "Then why do it?" "Because they expect it." He frowned. "You want them to believe we're peaceful." "I want them to believe we are something else." He watched me in silence for a moment, then approached slowly, passing the support beams and stopping a few paces short of me. "This world has too many defenders," he said. "They aren't united. Not like the Coalition. But they communicate. Their instincts are social. Tribal." I said nothing. He went on. "They'll debate us. Some will want to destroy us. Some will want to study us. Others will argue for restraint. But they'll all know we don't belong here. They won't act until they choose a consensus," I said. Nolan nodded slowly. "Which gives us time." "Exactly." He looked down at the control ring. Its hum had softened, now fully calibrated. Light pulses moved through the reinforced floor like veins, slow and steady. "Do you intend to leave the surface?" he asked. "No." He tilted his head. "Then what are we building toward?" Presence. Nolan studied me. He had known the original Thragg for decades. He had fought him. Lost to him. Betrayed him. Watched him die. But he didn't recognize me. Not fully. He hadn't decided yet if I was changed, or simply patient. Good. Let him keep wondering. The stealth field completed its second calibration an hour later. The moon now emitted a weak but continuous stream of data packets coded in a combination of Thanagarian and Terran orbital telemetry, broadcast on wavelengths known to be associated with long-range environmental probes. The system adjusted its emissions every 3.7 seconds, simulating a passive autonomous scanning system, something extraterrestrial, but not hostile. It wouldn't fool them forever. But it would delay them. Delays were useful. Anissa joined me in the outer access corridor. She had removed her armor plating and stood in her basic suit, arms bare, expression neutral. Her body showed no damage from construction. She hadn't slowed once. Craig reports no energy fluctuations outside expected range, she said. Spoof signature is within acceptable thresholds. No alarms on the satellites. And Earth. Still silent. She paused. Mark is watching them, she added. Every moment. I turned slightly. Not surprised. Good, I said. She tilted her head, considering. He doesn't understand why we're here. He doesn't need to. Her voice didn't change. He'll interfere. When he does, I said, we correct him. She didn't challenge it. I started walking down the corridor. She followed. No footsteps. No echoes. Viltrumite presence was self-contained. Even in this place, buried beneath 200 meters of compressed lunar stone, we made no sound we didn't allow. Anissa spoke again. This place isn't like the others. I said nothing. They act on feelings. Emotion. They kill without reason. Protect without logic. Their alliances shift. Still I said nothing. They believe in gods, she added. Real ones. Ones who answer. I stopped. Turned. I am not here to understand them, I said. She met my eyes without hesitation. Then why? To replace them. By hour 38, the base functioned at full capacity. Internal systems adjusted for Viltrumite biology. Hybrid quarters sealed. Growth chambers offline, but connected. Craig initiated magnetic dampening procedures, shielding all heat signatures above the crust. Nothing visible. Nothing trackable. But the energy field still hummed, just below detection. Mark entered alone. No suit. No guard. He walked down the corridor with a civilian shirt, his eyes locked on mine from the moment he entered the core chamber. You're bluffing, he said. I turned. He walked to the edge of the control ring. You want them to see you as a threat, he said. But you're not planning anything yet. You don't know what I'm planning, I said. You haven't killed anyone, he said. I said nothing. Mark stepped closer. No attacks. No strikes. No ultimatums. You're watching them. Just like they're watching you. But they're scared. He gestured upward. You saw what they have. You saw him. You think you're building something here that'll make a difference. This is not a war, I said. Then what is it? A demonstration. His jaw tightened. They're not like us. No, I said. They're weaker. He laughed. Once. Bitter. You think strength is all that matters? These people survive because they protect each other. They don't conquer. They don't rule. They save. I approached him. He didn't move. They survive because they are afraid, I said. Afraid of change. Afraid of control. Afraid of each other. They survive by hiding. They survive because they believe in something. I believe in survival, I said. He shook his head. That's not enough. It always is. He left before the cycle turned. He would report what I said. They would hear it. They would wait. But not forever. They would debate. They would vote. They would wonder. I didn't have to move first. I only had to be ready. Chapter 4, The Cloak and the Crest. The surface of the moon was still. A silence deeper than vacuum, one that couldn't be broken by mere vibration. It was a world made for observation, for calculation, for war staged without the interference of chaos. Nothing moved above the base. Nothing breathed. We had scrubbed every energetic trace above the upper crust, buried every heat line beneath dense alloy, cooled every system to avoid emission. But stealth was only one half of presence. The other was visibility. They had already seen us. Superman had passed overhead. He hadn't spoken. Hadn't attacked. But I saw his body language, the steady orbit, the way his gaze lingered on the corner spires where our cooling vents shimmered faintly in the lunar sunlight. He hadn't flown by. He had hovered. He was waiting for something. A mistake. A signal. A declaration. He would not receive one. I made that decision myself. No threats. No gestures. He would come to us. 3 full Earth days passed. No contact. Not from the one called Superman. Not from any of the others. But Earth's upper orbit filled with motion. 4 satellites changed alignment, small, civilian grade, but repointed toward the moon with too much precision to be accidental. Another 2 disappeared, likely stealth observation platforms, withdrawn to avoid us seeing them see us. The game had begun. Mark paced our core chamber for hours. He didn't say it aloud, but I knew what he feared. That we would act first. That we would break the tension with violence, and Earth would respond in kind. But we did not. Not yet. Because tension is a weapon. And sometimes letting them come to you is the sharper edge. The next day, he arrived. I watched his entry from the command station in the observation ring, our narrow black chamber built beneath the upper access shaft, flush with the inner curvature of the moon. No seats. No controls. Only deep-set optical panels and motion sensors calibrated to stellar accuracy. The sensors picked up the gravitational ripple before visual confirmation. He wasn't flying. He was descending perfectly vertical, barely resisting lunar gravity, moving so slowly it could have been mistaken for a drop of dust. A deliberate choice. Not a show of power. A show of restraint. Craig watched with me. So did Nolan. He wants us to know he's not afraid, Craig said. He isn't, Nolan said. He should be, Craig answered. I stood without comment and walked to the central corridor. No armor. No helmet. No escort. I didn't need protection. Not here. Not from this. I would meet him as I was. The airlock cycled with no ceremony. No blast shield. No weapons readied. We had no need to posture. The outer gate opened to the regolith chamber, and Superman entered alone. He wore blue. Deep blue. His cape did not move, no wind, no gravity worth registering. His expression was unreadable. Human flatness shaped over something harder. He looked directly at me. I spoke first. You took your time. He didn't answer immediately. I waited to see if you would leave, he said. And when we didn't, then I had to come. I stepped forward. This isn't your moon. No, he said. It's not yours either. I inclined my head slightly. A single, controlled nod. Then we begin there. He moved further inside, eyes scanning the black alloy walls. No obvious weaponry. No displays. No insignias. We didn't need symbols. Our design spoke for itself. He turned back to me. What are you? Viltrumite. That's a word, he said. Not an answer. You want species classification, I said. I want to know if you're dangerous. I let that sit in the air between us for several seconds. Then I answered. Yes. He didn't flinch. Not visibly. But I saw the change in breath. The fractional pause in his scanning of the room. Not fear. Analysis. You came here through a portal, he said. Yes. Where is it? Gone. Can you make another? No. You're stranded. Temporarily. He studied my face again. You built all this in 3 days. I didn't answer. He already knew the answer. That was the point. I know who you are, he said finally. You know nothing, I answered. You fought the Justice League when you arrived, he said. No, I corrected. We survived your chaos. That is not the same thing. You killed one of ours. She attempted to trap a collapsing singularity with her bare hands. That is suicide, not murder. His jaw tightened. But he didn't argue. I've seen your people move, he said. You're fast. Strong. You don't follow gravity. You don't emit energy. You don't need oxygen. All true. You're soldiers. We are survivors. What's the difference? Intent. He nodded slowly. I've seen your kind before. Not Viltrumite. But conquerors. We did not come to conquer. Not yet. He walked the perimeter of the chamber without fear. His movements were not military, not formal but not casual. Calculated informality. A man who knew how to look relaxed while measuring angles, exits, thickness of walls. He stopped again and faced me. You don't radiate heat, he said. No. No electromagnetic signature. No. You're hiding. No, I said. We are waiting. He frowned. For what? Necessity. I stepped forward until we stood less than a meter apart. The difference in height was minimal. Physiology aligned. Strength, by his metrics, near equivalent. But only one of us had trained every second of his life to weaponize that strength without hesitation. I didn't posture. I didn't look down. I just was. We are not Earth's enemies, I said. Then what are you? We are its next reality. He didn't speak. He didn't move. He studied me. 30 seconds passed. Then 60. Then longer. Then, finally, he stepped back. I'm not here to start a war, he said. Neither am I. If your people touch that planet without permission, you will retaliate. He didn't deny it. Then we understand each other, I said. He turned. The airlock hissed open. He paused at the threshold. I'll tell them what I saw, he said. What I heard. I'll try to keep them from attacking first. Then you're already more useful than I expected. He didn't respond. He left. And we were alone again. Back in the observation chamber, Craig stood at the viewport. He scanned everything. He was meant to. He'll return. Good. Craig glanced sideways. He's not afraid of us. He should be, I said. But not yet. In the inner chamber, Nolan watched the overhead feed. He's not the one you need to worry about, he said quietly. I know, I answered. They'll send the others. Then let them. He exhaled slowly. You're provoking something we might not be able to stop. There's no we, Nolan. He turned sharply. You think you can win this? Against their whole world? No, I said. I don't want to win. He narrowed his eyes. I want to change the game. Chapter 5, A signal cast quietly. I stood alone in the communications chamber. The walls didn't hum. There was no mechanical ambience, no unnecessary sound design. Silence was the default setting of a Viltrumite-built room. Our technology didn't announce itself. It existed to function. 3 meters ahead, the core interface pulsed with restrained power. Our modified stealth drive, wired now into a diplomatic emission grid pulled from a half-dead Thanagarian relay satellite. It had taken Craig 3 days to strip, adapt, and rebuild it without alerting Earth's sensors. I had observed every step. Not because I doubted him, but because I wanted to understand this world's blind spots. I now understood too much. Their system didn't speak a single language. There was no global consensus. No unified government, not even an emergency failsafe. Their planetary defenses relied on individual actors, powered figures. Most of them Earthborn. Some alien. A few not biological at all. The League was not a military. It was a belief system. And belief could be exploited. I activated the array with one touch. Not a button, there were no buttons. Viltrumite tech responded to nerve pulses through our fingers. It felt my intention and carried it into the signal. No translation. I didn't have to speak the language. I just had to speak first. The signal was narrowband, low power. Too weak to be seen by non-targeted satellites. We fired it once into low orbit, bounced it off debris. We knew Superman had previously scanned an old Wayne Tech orbital buoy from a defunct satellite program. It was already tagged by Kryptonian sensory imprint. He'd visited it before. That was intentional. The signal would reach him directly. Not to Earth. Not to the League. To him. I waited in the observation ring. 3 hours. Then 4. Earth rotated below with the slow, predictable arrogance of a planet that didn't believe it could fall. I kept my eyes on the upper atmosphere. Craig stood beside me. Nothing yet. He's reading it, I said. You're sure? He came once without provocation. He'll come again with one. Craig folded his arms. I don't trust him. You don't need to. He's stronger than he looks. I know. Craig shifted his weight. If you had asked me a month ago if I'd ever see you request a meeting. You weren't seeing clearly, I said. He gave a small, sharp exhale through his nose. Not quite a laugh. I see clearly now. Mark entered without knocking. His posture was defensive, not aggressive. He was learning to stop shouting before knowing what had happened. You called him back. I didn't turn. Yes. Why? Because I want him to speak before the others do. Mark walked closer. He's not in charge of the League. I know. Then what does this do? It creates a reference point. For what? I turned. For our existence. He frowned. You want him to vouch for us. I want him to choose how we are discussed. Mark didn't answer right away. You think he'll protect us? No. You think he'll betray them? No. Then why? Because right now, I said, no one on earth can agree what we are. A weapon. A plague. A trap. A mistake. But if he speaks to them first, they will listen. They will trust his voice before their own fear. You're gambling. No, I said. I'm arranging the board. He came 8 hours later. No entrance this time. No silence. No passive descent. He came through the airlock without waiting for clearance, cape still unfurled. His face was serious. Controlled. I stood in the central chamber. No one else entered. Nolan and Craig remained in the observation ring. Mark watched through the corridor. He landed with both boots touching the floor at once. Not an attack posture. But not humble. You signaled me, he said. I did. Why? I want to speak. Without audience. Without performance. I don't perform, he said. You live in front of the world. He didn't argue. He looked around again. This time, slower. I told them, he said. About you. About the base. I told them you're not openly hostile. And they didn't believe me. Good. He tilted his head slightly. That's good. They'll wait. And waiting gives us space. He exhaled, not with frustration. With realization. You're trying to slow them down. Yes. Why? Because I don't want them united. I gestured to the command platform. He approached it, cautiously. You don't want peace, he said. I want dominance without destruction. Same thing. No, I said. Not on Viltrum. He looked at me. What are you planning? Nothing today. That's not an answer. Nothing today is the answer. He stood there a long time. I allowed the silence to expand. I watched his chest. The way he inhaled with absolute control. No wasted breath. A species of restraint. I respected that. It reminded me of myself. I could bring the League here, he said. Yes. I could expose every inch of this base to them. You could. I could call them now. You won't. He narrowed his eyes. Why not? Because they would listen to you, I said. And if you brought them here, and showed them this place, and told them what you saw and they acted anyway, then they wouldn't be yours anymore. They would be a mob. He looked away. I watched him struggle with that. He didn't deny it. You think I can stop them? I think you can delay them. He looked at me again. Why are you giving me this responsibility? Because you're already carrying it. I could see it in his face. The weight. This was not a man who asked for leadership. This was a man who accepted it because no one else would. He didn't hunger for power. That made him trustworthy. But also predictable. I'll speak to them again, he said. No. He looked surprised. Then what? Wait. He frowned. That's your entire plan. For now. And if someone attacks? We respond. With force. With finality. He didn't answer. He didn't nod. But he understood. He left slower than last time. Not because he was watching for threats. Because he was thinking. I returned to the observation ring. Craig met me at the entrance. Did he agree? No. Then what? He didn't disagree. Craig's brow furrowed. You're placing a lot on one man. He isn't a man, I said. Then what is he? I looked through the viewport at Earth, turning slowly in the black void. He's a door. Chapter 6, False Blood, True Voice. The communication relay chamber remained sealed for the full cycle. No interruptions. No breathing bodies aside from mine. The energy core pulsed quietly beneath the floor, buried under 3 layers of magnetic shielding. Even the walls had been smoothed until they no longer echoed footfalls. My presence did not mark the room. Nothing unnecessary existed here. Just control. I sat cross-legged on the flat stone of the central ring, eyes closed. Not in rest. Not in reflection. That was human indulgence. I was arranging memory, rebuilding the parts of history I would share, line by line, as if they had always been true. They were not lies. They were corrections. When Superman next spoke of us, he would carry not only his own observations, but our narrative. And narratives endure. 3 hours earlier, I had summoned Craig into the lower data chamber. It was not a request. He entered with the silent discipline expected of any officer who had trained on Viltrum's polar fronts. No questions. No delay. His armor was still dusted with regolith from the outer repair scaffold. He had not wasted time changing. Good. I motioned to the standing projector. The humans believe in pain, I said. It justifies their morality. It organizes their understanding of strength. When they see a race strong enough to fly, to destroy, to outlive them, they ask, were you hurt first? Were you broken before you broke us? Craig's jaw locked. They need us to bleed, I said. Even if it is in the past. Craig narrowed his eyes. You want me to fabricate suffering? I want you to describe the Viltrum might collapse, I said. Accurately. Without context. Craig stood straighter. You're going to give them a story of our extinction. No, I corrected. I'm going to give them a story of our survival. You will help shape the pieces. He tilted his head. You're serious? I don't pretend, Craig. I create. The data we chose came from real records. I never invented. There was no need. The death of Viltrum's population, the culling of the weak, the ancient illness that rendered our numbers into a fraction of their former strength, these were facts. I knew what parts to emphasize. Craig supplied raw records cleaned of battle context. I selected images that evoke scale and decay, the floating corpses of the first culling, drifting through planetary orbit like husks, the last surviving growth chambers being sealed in ice because we had no fuel to power them. No battles. No war banners. Only extinction. Impersonal. Cold. I instructed the system to filter the language through a distortion matrix. Human ears would hear our words as a strained, alien dialect. Enough to preserve mystique. Not enough to sound mechanical. The transmission would appear in 3 parts. A prelude in visual symbols, a dying star, followed by fractured worlds. A monologue voiced in our tongue, over images of broken cities and empty towers. A closing sequence, 1 child in a containment cell, no adults remaining, a fleet dispersing into the stars. It was a memory. A fiction. A tool. Nolan entered during the final pass. He walked slowly. Deliberately. You're transmitting a lie, he said. No, I said. I'm transmitting a selection. He came to stand beside me as the image flickered, a single Viltrumite male floating through space, dragging a broken engine behind him, alone. They'll believe it, he said. They'll want to believe it. He nodded. Because it makes us victims. Because it makes us safe. He didn't speak after that. He watched the rest in silence. The transmission was encoded through 3 systems, our internal comms relay, the coalition black box Nolan salvaged from his last off-world skirmish, and the Thanagarian uplink port that Anissa and Oliver had repaired. We wrapped it in old distress signal bands. An old alien distress frequency Earth had once encountered and partially decrypted, the same used by the Zeta Beam project under Adam Strange. They would recognize it. And they would think it came from us accidentally. I stood before the array, arms folded behind my back. Craig waited beside the power input. Anissa monitored the shielding from the secondary ring. Nolan did not interfere. I gave the signal. Craig lowered the chamber's frequency barrier and activated the transmission. It surged silently outward in a narrow arc. No tremor. No light. No sound. But the pulse registered against the moon's far sensors. Earth's satellite net would pick it up within 10 seconds. The message would reach Superman first. Then the League's watchtower. Then the United Nations Extraterrestrial Affairs Division. By then, they would already have a transcript. Not of an attack. Of a story. I returned to the central chamber alone. I didn't sit. I remained standing, eyes fixed on the earth. No change. No flash. No beam of retaliation. Just clouds. Just orbit. They were absorbing it. Digesting it. Mark arrived 5 hours later. He had watched it. I could tell from his eyes. "They're talking about it," he said. "Good. You made them think we were broken." "We were." "You made them think we were innocent." "No," I said. "I made them think we were not a threat." He shook his head. "You're manipulating them." "Yes." He didn't speak for a moment. Then he said, "Superman doesn't trust it. He's the only one who doesn't." Mark looked at me with something between disbelief and admiration. "He told them not to act." "Not yet." "As expected." "You expected him to defend us." "I expected him to defend his own restraint." Mark's shoulders tensed. "They're going to send someone. Eventually. Someone who doesn't ask." "Yes." Mark's voice was tight. "Then what?" "Then we adapt." 3 hours later, Craig reported Earth's response. Not a fleet. Not weapons. One ship. Small. Unmarked. Launching from an Argus facility in Kenya. The orbital vector indicated a stable path toward lunar gravity, but no weapons were powered. Not human weapons. The ship was being flown manually. I watched the path. "It's not Superman," Craig said. "No." "Then who?" I studied the speed. The direction. The flight curve. "It's the Martian." The ship landed 2 hours later. Small. Heat-resistant hull. Chinook shielding. I let it land. We didn't cloak the base. We didn't posture. I stood in the primary access tunnel. The hatch opened without warning. He stepped out. Green. Tall. No cape. No fear. Jayons. The Martian Manhunter. He looked at me with no expression. But I knew what he was doing. He was scanning every atom in the room. Every pulse of heat. Every nervous twitch. He was reading the shape of thoughts even if he could not pierce Viltrumite memory. I let him. I said nothing. He stepped forward. He didn't speak. I waited. Then he said, "You are not what the message claimed." I inclined my head. "Of course not. You sent it anyway." "They needed a story. They needed the truth." "No," I said. "They needed a reason not to attack." We stood face to face. He did not flinch. "Superman believes you want peace," he said. "No. He believes I want time." "And do you?" "Yes." "To what end?" "Survival." "Of whom?" My people. Through what means? Adaptation. He studied me. I do not feel violence in you. Not yet. He stepped forward. Studied my posture. My breath. You are not lying, he said. I never have. You omit. I prioritize. He looked past me. Toward the inner chamber. There are children here. Hybrids. Born of earth. Born of necessity. He looked at me again. They will not survive this world as they are. No. You will change them. Yes. Into what? Into what the world will need. He stood in silence for many minutes. Then said. I will not stop you. I nodded. I know. But if you move against Earth, then Earth will move against me. He turned. Did not wait for dismissal. Did not ask for cooperation. But he left. That was enough. Later, Nolan returned to the observation ring. They're deciding again, he said. Let them. You've bought another week. Maybe 2. It will be enough. For what? For presents. Chapter 7, Beneath Unfamiliar Skies. The moon faded behind her as she dropped through shadow. Anissa moved without armor. No visible tech. Her uniform was unadorned, flat black, made from a viltrumite-woven carbon weave so thin it looked like ordinary fabric. No cape. No insignia. No signature of power. The descent was quiet. Atmospheric re-entry took 13 seconds. She didn't burn. She controlled the angle of entry to shed heat away from her descent path, not because it was necessary but because it was strategic. Meteors announce themselves. Falling stars invite eyes. She was not a star. She was a shadow. Her approach vector followed Earth's nightline over water, not land, crossing the Atlantic before lowering into African airspace, high above cloud layer. No satellites tracked her. Craig had already mapped civilian and government coverage. She had studied it. She did not need his help. By the time she reached the lower thermosphere, she had bled her speed down to subsonic levels. She made landfall without a sound. And without a crater. Kenya. The same region from which the Martian's vessel had launched. She didn't need to scan it. She already knew the site was military. Argus. Their clandestine extraterrestrial observation group. Secondary to the League. Controlled by Amanda Waller. Underfunded, but not unintelligent. Their facility had been built around a meteor impact zone, one they had claimed was part of a long-dead alien colony program. Lies. But the truth didn't matter. What mattered was the proximity. If Earth had decided to watch the moon from anywhere, it was here. And if she wanted to know what Earth's population thought about them, what the civilians whispered, what the media fed them, what the world actually knew, it would be in Nairobi, 200 kilometers southeast, where the signal had already reached. She moved inland. Each step measured. No trail. No witnesses. She arrived outside the capital 6 hours later. Still walking. She could have flown. She didn't. She knew the human eye better than they did. Nairobi was awake. Even past midnight. Electric lights traced the highways. Holograms danced across billboards mounted on steel columns. Floating screens hovered near traffic centers, cycling through news updates, music clips, emergency broadcasts. The usual. She approached the city edge slowly, passing through the slums before the security perimeter. Children stared. She didn't smile. Smiling was unnecessary. She kept her face open, alert, but unreadable. A woman without a name. A traveler. They wouldn't remember her face. She would make sure of it. She entered the city unnoticed. Walked. Observed. The air here was heavy. Smelled like engine fuel and salted meat. Too much carbon, but breathable. Better than Los Angeles. Worse than Singapore. She passed a street vendor selling fried bananas. A group of young men laughed at a screen showing an armored figure launching fireballs from his palms. Fiction. Some American property. The hero had a cape. He was shouting something triumphant. She watched them for 2 minutes. Then moved on. The humans were not frightened. Not yet. At the edge of the financial district, she found a news terminal. Public access. Surface-level feeds. No encryption. Low-level data scrape already activated from her left glove, one of the only modifications she wore. It didn't transmit. It just remembered. She scanned the headlines. Alien signal, new arrival or old enemy. World powers respond to lunar base discovery. Superman calls for patience, leaders urge caution. Martian manhunter returns, we must not judge too quickly. Are the Viltrumites the victims they claim to be? Anissa's fingers remained still on the metal ledge. Her jaw didn't tighten. But her mind recorded every word. She opened a sublink. A video panel glitched once, then played. It was a news roundtable. 4 humans. 1 alien Daxamite, poorly disguised. All in clean suits. All with firm voices. They argued calmly, like they had the right to analyze survival. If their transmission is real, then we have to acknowledge that they didn't fire first. Survivors still pose a threat. And yet Superman did not recommend force. He rarely does. The Martian said they showed him no hostility. They let him leave. They're manipulating our morality. They know we react with guilt. Then we use it. Anissa turned off the screen. She walked away. By midday, she had visited 4 separate districts. Each one mirrored the same debate. Fear, not anger. Curiosity, not war. The humans did not understand what they were watching, but they were too divided to strike. Their leaders spoke in measured phrases. Their defenders waited. Their weaponry stayed cold. And the Martians' words had carried weight. They were hesitant. The signal had worked. The story had worked. In the afternoon, she sat beneath a shaded cafe awning. A man across the table from her spoke rapidly in Swahili. She didn't interrupt. He was gesturing toward a projection floating above the road, a still image of Thragg, blurred and sharpened by forensic software. His posture unmistakable. The room behind him cold and alien. They say he didn't lie. That he told them everything. That they left the portal open on purpose. That they're here because they were exiled. Anissa nodded once, wordlessly. The man sipped his drink. Some think it's like the Kryptonian, he added. Power without conquest. She looked him in the eyes. Do you believe that? He hesitated. Then said. I think they're waiting for us to decide. She finished her drink, stood, and left without a word. By evening, she entered a back alley near a media center. A woman stood there. Holding a tablet. Streaming. Her voice soft. We don't know if they're here to save or destroy. But I think the truth is simpler. I think they're just people, like us. Trying to live. Anissa leaned against the wall. The woman didn't see her. She just kept speaking to the screen. To everyone watching this, don't give in to the fear. Don't give in to the noise. Sometimes survival looks strange. That doesn't mean it's evil. Anissa walked away. When she returned to the outskirts, night had fallen. She flew home. No arc through the sky. No heat. Just movement. She passed through the outer atmosphere in 20 seconds. Avoided radar. She touched down at the moon's surface without alerting a single sensor. The base accepted her biometric signature and opened. Craig met her at the main corridor. He didn't speak. She handed him the glove. He passed it to Nolan. Nolan scanned the data. Read silently. Then passed it to me. I stood at the central ring. I scrolled through the headlines. Through the videos. Through the people. Through the woman in the alley, speaking softly into the dark. Then I said, "We are winning." Chapter 8, A Voice for the Silence. The moon did not change. Its silence remained constant, even as Earth stirred beneath it, its atmosphere restless, its orbit dense with suspicion. I watched it alone from the upper observation ring, no projection screens open, no alerts flashing. The stars above me remained motionless. The Earth was the only thing that turned. The humans were still debating. A dozen networks. 50 governments. 200 alien monitors within their borders, all watching the same signal. Some believed us. Some feared us. Some demanded war. But they did not agree. That was the condition I had engineered. We had shaped the story. Delivered the image. Pulled the Martian into it. Allowed their strongest to see us up close. We had sent a message of survival, not power. And now we needed one more voice. Not mine. Not Craig's. Not Anissa's. Mark. I found him alone in the base's lower habitat. He had converted one of the secondary maintenance corridors into a kind of retreat, stripped it of its original function, covered the walls with Terran textiles from the ship we had arrived on, and assembled a narrow bench from scavenged alloy slabs. Primitive, but clean. Efficient. He sat on the bench, hunched forward, elbows on knees. He had not asked to leave the moon since the last confrontation. Hadn't even spoken to Anissa when she returned. He had been thinking. Good. He stood when I entered. "You've decided something," he said before I could speak. "Yes." He straightened. His face was calm. But behind his eyes, resistance, instinctive and unyielding. He had inherited that weakness from Nolan's bloodline. But unlike Nolan, he had never been loyal to begin with. Not to us. Still, I needed him now. Not to obey. To be seen. "You're going to Earth," I said. His eyes flickered. But he didn't ask why. That was progress. "To do what?" he asked. "Speak." "About what?" "Us." He gave a humorless breath. "They're not going to believe anything I say." "They don't have to believe it," I said. "They only have to see you." He frowned. "They already know who I am." "They know what you are," I corrected. "A hybrid. A defender. A former enemy. A former ally. They know you fought for Earth, then vanished into space. Then reappeared. Then vanished again." He didn't interrupt. "They don't know why you're still here. Why you're standing beside us instead of inside one of their holding cells. They don't know what you believe anymore. And you think if I go down there and talk to a camera, they'll suddenly think we're the good guys? No. Then why do it?" I stepped forward, slow and even. "Because when you speak," I said, "you do something I cannot." He waited. "You give them doubt." We prepared for the transmission with complete precision. The studio was fabricated within our central chamber, restructured by hand from recycled solar plating. No lights. No backdrops. Just Mark. Just the seat. A single high-frequency transmission node broadcasting directly into every available public network on Earth. No encryption. No signature. No warning. We would not send this through Superman. Not through the Martian. Not through League clearance or Argus delay. We would speak to the people. And the people would decide what the League could not. Mark didn't wear a suit. He chose a simple shirt. Black. No emblem. No armor. His hair was tied back. Clean. Ordinary. He didn't ask for a script. He didn't need one. When the camera node activated, there was no introduction. Just his voice. My name is Mark Grayson. I'm human. And I'm not. The pause lasted 3 seconds. Then he went on. Some of you know who I am. Some of you know what I did. A long time ago, I fought people who looked like me. People who came from a different world, carrying orders that would have destroyed yours. I stood in the way. I tried to stop them. I paid for that. Later, I disappeared. The world kept turning. And I became a footnote. Now I'm back. And so are they. He kept his hands still. He did not smile. He did not dramatize. You've seen the messages. You've seen the base. You've read the headlines and watched the breakdowns. You've heard Superman and the Martian tell you we're not here to fight. You've watched news panels say we're a trap. A new war waiting to happen. I'm not going to tell you we're not dangerous. We are. He looked directly into the lens. I'm not going to tell you they're saints. Or that they deserve your trust. They don't. Trust isn't something you ask for. It's something you prove. I'm still here because they haven't proven me wrong. I've lived on Earth. I've bled for Earth. I've seen what you do when you're afraid. And I've seen what you do when you choose to hope instead. I'm not asking for peace. I'm asking for patience. Let us prove what we are. Then decide. Not before. The feed ended. The signal reached Earth within seconds. There was no jam. No filter. Within minutes, it was everywhere. Streaming platforms. Private feeds. Midnight news cycles. Even off-world embassies. No one knew where it had come from. No one questioned who it was. It was Mark. And that was the point. Anissa watched it alone from the auxiliary ring. Craig did not comment. Nolan stood behind me in the central chamber and said nothing. But I saw it in his posture. Something shifting. Mark had not said we were right. He had said we were still standing. And that was enough. 6 hours later, the first response came. A small civilian network in Japan aired the message in full uncut, untranslated. Below it, their anchor said only one word, listen. Then came Nairobi. Then Chicago. Then Geneva. Within 12 hours, Earth was split in 3 directions. Some believed it was real. Some believed it was manipulation. Some didn't care but wanted to wait. That was all I needed. The watchtower didn't respond. But Superman did. He returned to the moon. Alone. He arrived with no warning, passing through the base's outer layer like he owned the void. I waited for him in the entrance corridor. He didn't speak. Neither did I. He looked at me. Then nodded. No approval. No agreement. But understanding. Then he left. That was all. Later that day, I entered the observation ring. Mark stood there, arms folded, watching the Earth. He didn't turn. They're going to come anyway, he said. Sooner or later. Yes. And when they do. We'll still be here. He nodded. Then I guess we keep waiting. No, I said. We move next. Chapter 9, The Enemy of My Enemy. There is no wind on the moon. No cold. No heat. The absence of weather is total. That's what makes it useful. It simplifies planning. It eliminates distractions. A world without atmosphere is a world where intention does not drift, it falls precisely where it's aimed. I stood beneath the high arch of the main command spire, watching Earth's orbit rotate slowly across the black. Craig stood beside me. Mark sat 10 meters away on a step he'd carved into the hull plating himself. Nolan remained below in the hybrid chambers. Anissa was absent. Not lost, deployed. A day ago, she had left to embed herself near Star City, under a new identity. She would listen there. She would hear what others missed. It had been 72 hours since Mark's broadcast. No retaliation. No communication. No unity from the League. But the world had listened. I did not want their praise. I didn't need it. But hesitation? That was valuable. Indecision was territory. And now, I would take more. Nolan arrived after my summons with no hesitation, no commentary. He had shaved. His movements were slower than mine. His stance more relaxed. He had always carried the genetic strength of our species, but not the instinct to wield it without pause. That was why I had sent for him. Because even now, after war, after exile, after Earth, he still wore a face they recognized. And his voice still meant something. I didn't ask if he was ready. He didn't ask what I wanted. I spoke. You're going to Earth. He folded his arms. To do what? League. He didn't flinch. To who? Human intelligence, I said. Argus. STAR, Labs. Justice League back channels. It doesn't matter. Their reaction will follow the first confirmed source, not the depth of the data. You want me to break into one of their systems? No, I said. You're not sneaking. You're discovering. He narrowed his eyes. What am I finding? I walked to the console and activated the primary archive. Not from our records. From the Coalition's. Data we had extracted long before Viltrum fell, during their early expansion campaigns. Files that had once been public among starfaring nations but never translated to Earth's dialects. Never filtered for their consumption. I opened a specific file. A low-orbit skirmish over Callisto. Year 5042 by Viltrumite record. 7 surviving civilians. 3,000 dead. Not Viltrumites. Coalition forces. The attackers were Thanagarian and Terran hybrid ships. Under Coalition flags. The victims were Martian refugees. I pulled another file. This one detailed a covert operation conducted in the Proxima System. 50 Earth diplomats exterminated in a bio-isolation zone. Blamed on a solar storm. The internal message logs showed Coalition manipulation of the entire local system to test psychic vulnerability on Terran brainwave variants. Nolan read the reports silently. When the screen dimmed, he looked at me. Why haven't you used this before? I didn't need to, I said. Now I do. You think they'll care? They'll question their alliances. He frowned. Some of this is decades old. They won't care how old it is. They'll care that it was hidden. He nodded, slow. And what exactly do you want me to say? I answered without delay. Tell them you were off-world. That you stumbled onto this during patrols. That you intercepted it while trying to re-establish contact with old outposts. You want them to think I'm acting alone. No. I want them to think you're still one of them. He didn't reply for several seconds. Then, "You're using my face." "I'm using your past." He stepped back from the console. "I'll need to choose where it leaks from." "You'll use Nairobi," I said. "Again? Too obvious." "Exactly." He paused. Then nodded. "Then I'll leave now." Craig watched from the upper level as Nolan exited through the eastern hangar. "He won't lie as well as you want," he said. "He doesn't have to," I replied. "He'll hesitate." "Good." Craig frowned. "You want that on record?" "I want them to believe he struggled with it. That's how they'll know it's real." It took him 4 hours to reach the upper stratosphere. He did not move at full speed. He chose a slow arc. Deliberate. Monitored. He was seen. That was the point. Mark watched it on the internal sensors. He didn't speak. Neither did I. We let the Earth react. Nolan arrived in Nairobi at dusk. He did not land at the Argus facility directly. He appeared on the outskirts above the city, then near the old embassy district. He flew slowly. His signature was visible on every active scanner. Within minutes, a League response team made visual contact. He did not run. He did not evade. He held out a signal baton, ancient in design, glowing with Viltrumite red code that no Earth system could fully decipher. They surrounded him with restraint. Not force. He handed the baton over. Then he spoke 2 sentences. "I found this above Callisto. I thought you should see it." That was all. They took him in for questioning. He answered slowly. Haltingly. Just enough. He told them he hadn't been to the moon base in weeks. He told them he didn't know what Thragg was planning. He told them the files were real. He told them the Coalition had always hidden its worst from Earth. And then he asked if they still trusted the ones who called themselves the Peacekeepers. He didn't mention us again. The baton did its work. Once unlocked painstakingly, through 3 layers of translation and security breaches, it revealed exactly what we allowed it to, the Coalition's worst acts. Not all of them. Just the ones committed against Earth's friends. Martians. Daxamites. Naltorians. The League wasn't sure how to react. But the Martian believed it immediately. He had been there. He had felt it. And he said nothing to deny it. Earth's trust in the Coalition began to splinter. Not collapse. Not implode. But crack. I remained on the moon, unmoving. Watching. Listening. Earth's press ran the files under cautious banners. Coalition deceptions. Ancient allies under scrutiny. Martian leader confirms Shinik violations. Why didn't they tell us? No one blamed us. Not yet. We were still too unknown. Too undefined. But the word Viltrumite no longer came with just suspicion. It came with questions. That was enough. Nolan returned 30 hours later. He landed without ceremony. Did not speak. I met him in the lower chamber. "You followed instruction," I said. He nodded. "They didn't attack." "They won't. Not now." "You looked hesitant," I said. "I was." I nodded once. "Good." Later that cycle, Anissa returned. She had walked through the homeless camps of Star City. She had attended 6 black market gatherings where alien DNA was sold in backdoor clinics. She had spoken to no one. But she had listened. Earth's people were frightened, but not of us. They were frightened of not knowing what was real anymore. They were starting to doubt the ones who had told them how the stars worked. That was what I needed. Not faith. Not trust. Just doubt. I stood again in the observation ring. Mark joined me. He looked tired. What now? He asked. Now we wait. For what? For them to ask us what's true. Chapter 10, In the Company of Power. The silence was intact. Our lunar base hadn't altered. There had been no external modifications, no expansion of the lower chambers, no new power signatures added to the long-range scans. The moon remained undisturbed, cloaked in its own stillness. That was intentional. I hadn't changed anything since the last Earth broadcast because the strategy had already shifted. Movement of any kind would draw pressure again. Questions. Fear. But stillness invited interpretation. They were watching. They were waiting. That was good. Stillness, misread as patience, could appear civilized. But stillness was simply efficiency. I remained in the central ring for most of the cycle. The command node was quiet, running predictive models based on recent Earth broadcasts, Justice League roster movement, and the standard orbital sensor sweeps from Wayne Tech and STAR Labs. The files weren't difficult to obtain. They had left the doors open when they chose to trust Nolan again. Their mistake. They had even let him walk unmonitored. No scans. No tracer injections. No Chinook residue checks. Because in their minds, a man who bled for Earth once was unlikely to betray it again. They were half right. He hadn't betrayed them. Not yet. Anissa returned from Earth 12 hours ahead of schedule. I heard her before I saw her footsteps crossing the outer corridor at measured pace. Her oxygen levels stable. No injuries. No trail of debris or particulate traces. Good. She entered the chamber and stood silently until acknowledged. I turned. Slowly. You're early. She nodded once. Too much movement in Star City. Queen's security net narrowed. Argus presence has tripled. They think someone's preparing an attack. They think someone already did. I studied her face. And? No attack, she said. But they're watching everything now. Especially alien signatures. Too many anonymous powers entering their cities lately. They can't categorize us, so they assume we're the cause. They're half right. Craig entered a moment later. He had already seen the data. I didn't wait for commentary. I spoke directly. We advance. He inclined his head. Publicly. Yes. He didn't hesitate. You want me seen? With Superman. It had to be Superman. There was no one else. The Martian understood us. But he didn't represent Earth's center. Batman was untrustworthy. Too silent. Too political. Wonder Woman was a soldier, but her allegiances were ancient and too formal. Only Superman walked between Earth and everything else. They trusted him because he chose them. And he hadn't struck us. That was all the reason we needed. I didn't ask Mark's opinion. He would have disagreed. He wouldn't have stopped me. But I didn't need his approval to operate. Only his predictability. We sent the request directly. Not through encrypted channels. Not through hidden signals. A clean data stream. Low orbit. Unmasked. Craig's voice, not mine. Not asking permission. Just stating the moment. The Viltrumites will be present during the memorial at Athens. We will not interfere. We request no interference. That was it. No threat. No message of peace. Just a statement. A declaration of presence. Athens. The 75th Memorial for the Thanagarian War's civilian dead. An Earth event. hosted by League-affiliated diplomats. Superman would be there. That had already been confirmed. That was the point. Craig left 1 hour later. No armor. No cloak. No insignia. He flew slowly through Earth's orbit. He did not hide. His descent took 15 minutes. Visible from every satellite Earth owned. They let him land. The humans chose not to deploy an immediate guard. They didn't want to trigger panic. But they surrounded the city with silent measures, drones hidden behind mountaintop clouds, pressure sensors along the ruins' outskirts, 3 emergency league members hidden in plain clothes among the crowd. I had predicted all of it. Craig landed 1 kilometer from the Parthenon. He walked the rest of the way. The ground did not crack beneath his steps. He didn't need to show power. His presence was the signal. Superman was already there. He stood near the flame, silent, surrounded by children holding banners with Thanagarian names written in red ink. The wind moved his cape. He looked toward the Acropolis and saw Craig long before anyone else did. He did not react. That was expected. Superman never reacted first. Craig walked straight into the crowd. No one stopped him. Some civilians recognized him. Their expressions tightened. One stepped back. But no screams. Not yet. He passed a woman who had once served as a reporter for the Daily Planet. She stared at him. Not with fear. With curiosity. That was the first victory. Superman met him near the central arch. The moment was captured by 23 different camera drones. Live feeds broadcast it within 90 seconds. Craig didn't look at them. He stood still, facing Superman. They didn't speak. Not yet. That wasn't the point. The point was image. The most powerful human figure on Earth standing 3 feet from a Viltrumite. No guards. No walls. No conflict. Just acknowledgement. The silence lasted longer than expected. Then Superman spoke. Quiet. Measured. Why are you here? Craig answered without delay. To watch. Superman studied him. Nothing more. No. You're not making a statement. I don't need to. Superman didn't look away. Some people think you're preparing something. They're right, Craig said. That made Superman pause. But he didn't leave. He didn't act. Because the crowd had already seen the moment. The tension. And Superman knew that any motion now would shape what they remembered. He made a choice. He turned back toward the memorial. Said nothing more. And Craig stood beside him. Not threatening. Not smiling. Not proud. Just present. The image broadcast across the world. Viltrumite and Kryptonian. No force between them. No war. No lies. No explanations. Just coexistence. Back on the moon, I watched it unfold. Every second of the feed. I saw the hesitation in the Earth dignitaries. The way their shoulders stiffened. The way one stepped backward when Craig stopped walking. I saw Superman's eyes, the way he tracked Craig's every breath, calculating the angle of his posture, the tension in his jaw. But most of all, I saw the effect. The change. The shift. By the time the event ended, none of the League had intervened. They had let it happen. And by letting it happen, they had accepted it. Even if only publicly. Even if only once. That was enough. Mark arrived in the chamber later. He said nothing for the first few minutes. He watched the replay. Watched it again. Then spoke. You planned this? Yes. You used Superman. No, I said. I recognized him. Mark's jaw tightened. He doesn't trust us. He doesn't have to. You're using his restraint to build legitimacy. I'm using truth, I said. He didn't stop Craig because Craig did nothing wrong. You think the others will see it that way? I think they'll see that Superman made a decision. Mark exhaled. They'll follow his lead. No, I corrected. They'll follow the image of his lead. The broadcast cycled for 2 Earth days. Political commentary flooded global networks. Some saw it as a threat. Some as a gesture. But none of them could ignore it. For the first time, the Viltrumites were discussed without panic. There were no alerts issued. No warning bulletins. Not even a league statement. Just silence. Deliberate. Complicit. On the 3rd day, I spoke to Craig through the lunar link. You did exactly what was required. He nodded once through the screen. No contact after the ceremony, he said. No surveillance. No confrontation. They're still uncertain, I said. He smiled. Only slightly. They're becoming predictable. Chapter 11, The Fracture That Opens. The moon was quiet. It always had been. No matter how many pieces of technology we embedded, no matter how much information we processed through its iron-gray crust, it refused to change. That was why I had chosen it. There was no life here to complicate intention. No weather, no politics, no emotion. Just space. Distance. Stillness. And from that stillness, control. Below me, Earth turned. It had not broken. But something beneath its surface had. I saw it in the shift of their media tones. In the careful caution of Superman's most recent address, an unscheduled statement issued 21 hours after Craig stood beside him in Athens. He hadn't defended us. But he hadn't condemned us either. He'd said, "Trust is not inherited. It is built. And it is always watched." That was all. But it had aired globally. And it had done more for us than anything else in the last cycle. Now the humans were hungry for something else. Not rhetoric. Information. And that, too, could be used. The chamber we designated for data extraction had not been touched since our arrival. It was buried in the western corridor, beneath a stabilization layer of lunar basalt that suppressed even internal gravitational bleed. It was silent, lightless, uninhabited. Until now. I stood in its center. Craig stood opposite me, hands folded behind his back. Anissa was absent. She remained stationed on Earth, watching, listening, reporting. Oliver and Mark were still asleep in the hybrid ring. Nolan had not asked why I called this meeting. He had learned by now. Craig stepped forward. What level of disclosure? Minimal, I said. Controlled. Cultural, not military. Architectural records, not ship schematics. Philosophical notes, not battle doctrine. He nodded. Language structure. Cleaned. Translated into 17 major dialects. The League must believe this is accessible. If it looks like encrypted transmission, they'll classify it as a trick. Craig motioned toward the console. Human systems can't interpret core Viltrumite syntax. If we simplify it too much, it'll look curate. It is curate, I said. He raised an eyebrow. Then make it look accidentally curate. The data we selected was ancient. Older than even the last culling. It came from the final decade of Viltrum's golden period, when construction had overtaken war for a generation, when our cities stretched upward rather than outward, and we believed that dominance did not require death. They had called it the Still Reign. A brief age. but well documented. We selected documents from our civic design archives: clean, emotionless renderings of Viltrumite public halls, internal gravity redistribution diagrams, zero-oxygen food cultivation methods, language flow charts. Nothing classified. But everything alien. Everything beautiful, in a way Earth would not be ready to admit aloud. Nolan reviewed each file as I passed it through. "This doesn't make us look noble," he said. "I'm not interested in nobility," I said. "Then what are you trying to show them?" I didn't answer at first. Then. Proof of stability. We wrapped the files in a civilian transmission format. No Viltrumite encryption. No military shell. We didn't send it directly to Earth's defense channels. We dropped it into the open network through a relay satellite currently unmonitored by the League, still operated by a private university conglomerate out of Western Canada. A civilian portal. Obsolete security. No alert protocols. They would find it. Not too fast. But not too late. They would think they were the first. And that belief would make it theirs. It took 5 hours. A student in Newfoundland pulled the package by accident while downloading a solar flare forecast dataset. He triggered the unmarked archive and posted its contents online, mistaking it for alien fanfiction. 3 minutes later, a linguist in South Korea recognized the language structure as identical to the one in our original moon transmission. Within an hour, it spread. Within 2, it was trending. I watched it unfold from the upper spire. Mark arrived at the midpoint. He had seen it already. He crossed his arms and stood beside me in silence. Then. "You planned this?" "Yes." "You didn't want to give it to the League?" "No." "You wanted it to leak?" "Yes." He shook his head. "Why not just tell them? Give them the files directly." "Because if we give them anything," I said, "they'll assume it's poisoned. And if they find it, they'll fight over who gets to keep it." By the time the Earth cycle turned, the files had fractured into 3 territories. Civilian science groups wanted to study them. The United Nations wanted to verify their authenticity. The League remained silent. Too silent. And then, finally, Batman spoke. Not publicly. Through a single transmission. Encrypted. Directed to Nolan's communicator. He said. "We've confirmed the origin. It's not coalition. It's real. I don't like surprises. Don't give me another one." That was all. But it was enough. Nolan gave me the message. I said nothing. He didn't expect thanks. Just asked. "Will you stop there?" "No." "More cultural data?" "No." "Then what?" "Philosophy." The second packet was already prepared. Not essays. Not lectures. Just one segment, an excerpt from the old Viltrumite Civic Training Manual. 15 sentences. One section. Entitled The 8 Precepts of Stability. It read. Stability is stronger than mercy. The body serves the will. The will serves the blood. Harmony is not equality. The weak may speak. The strong must decide. Conflict ends in silence. Patience is a form of war. The future obeys the prepared. We released it 48 hours after the architecture files. Same method. Same subtlety. Same impact. This time, the response came faster. Civilian reaction was confused. Some praised it as alien stoicism. Others feared it as proto-fascism. Debates ignited across academic networks. But they didn't know what to do with it. That was expected. The League, however, responded differently. This time, they spoke. Martian Manhunter released a statement. Only one sentence. They have not lied. It aired once. Then disappeared. But the Earth didn't forget. Craig joined me on the surface walkway an hour later. They're afraid, he said. Not yet, I replied. But they're beginning to understand. What happens when they finish understanding? Then we let them decide what to fear. Mark joined us before the cycle ended. He didn't speak right away. Then. You're not showing them our strength. No. You're showing them our order. Yes. They're not ready for it. They don't need to be. He stared at Earth. Then said. They're going to try and replicate it. Yes. And when they fail, we'll be waiting. Chapter 12, The Shape of a Question. The moon remained silent. That was not a weakness. That was a necessity. Every decision we made, every broadcast, every leak, every shift in posture originated from a place that could not be interfered with. We did not rush. We did not hide. We remained fixed, as all permanent structures must, and let the noise of the earth move around us. Stillness is not peace. Stillness is waiting. And we had waited long enough. The humans had begun to ask questions. Their initial response to our presence had been suspicion. Then confusion. Then anxiety. All predictable. But none of it had lasted. Because we did not retaliate. We did not posture. We let the fear run its course, and then we replaced it with something more dangerous, curiosity. Curiosity spreads. It consumes fear. It asks for more. So we would give it more. But not from me. Not from Mark. Not even from Nolan. We would give them Craig. It was Mark's idea to use the science forums. He had mentioned them weeks ago. Not because he believed in them. But because he had read them quietly, with the half-disdain of someone who had grown up watching Earth's fractured knowledge base evolve into something approximating structure. He didn't trust their intelligence systems, but he understood their platforms. Anonymous dialogue boards. Civilian-run science archives. Private messaging platforms used by mid-tier universities and cross-planetary cultural researchers. Hundreds of them. The League ignored them. Which made them ideal. People trust a voice more than a broadcast, Mark said. He wasn't wrong. We would give them a voice. Craig didn't resist. When I told him he would be speaking directly to humans through unverified, unprotected forums, he didn't argue. He didn't ask questions. He just said, "How many aliases?" 1. He nodded. Language. Terran Standard English. 17th dialect. No idioms. He tapped a few controls on his wrist device. Base frequency. None. They'll connect to you through a simple chain of forum-linked signal tags. You won't answer directly. You'll write short phrases. Factual. Craig didn't smile. He didn't need to. This is your war now, I said. He raised an eyebrow. I didn't explain. He understood. We selected a forum titled XOBO Metaphysics/Earth-Centered Theoretical Communication. It was not military. It was not governmental. It was a civilian-run platform for speculative academic discussion about extraterrestrial societies, philosophy, and biosystems. Mostly unread. But often cross-linked to more popular scientific digest outlets once something gained traction. It had 2 moderators. One was a doctoral student from Belgium. The other had previously served in a low-level R&D role with STAR Labs before moving into media analysis. Their access was unrestricted. Their records weren't protected. They had never posted leak-restricted data. It was perfect. Craig began with a single post. It read: "You misunderstand how we name things. A city is not a structure. It is a function. A function is not determined by location. It is determined by pattern. A Viltrumite city may exist in silence for years, with no one living inside it, and still be called a city. There was no signature. No location. Just a timestamp and a temporary user ID, function from form." Within 12 hours, the post had 17 comments. Most were dismissive. A few were curious. One asked, "Are you claiming to be a Viltrumite?" Craig didn't answer. Not yet. The second post came 24 hours later. A reply, buried deep in a long thread on alien morality. He wrote, "We don't have a word for evil. Not in the way you use it. We use unstable to describe what you call murderers. We use misaligned to describe betrayal. We classify actions by the threat they pose to the continuity of the whole. Not the feelings they provoke." The response was stronger. 46 replies. A few accusations. Some speculation. One user marked as a guest lecturer from New Gotham University wrote, "If this is real, then you've just confirmed more about Viltrumite culture than we've learned in the last 2 months. Who are you?" Still, Craig did not answer. Mark visited the chamber the next day. He had seen the posts. "They're talking about it." "Yes." "You should make him stop." "No. You're giving them too much. They can't use what they don't understand." Mark folded his arms. "You think they're too stupid?" "No," I said. "I think they're too human." He said nothing after that. Just watched the data scroll by. Craig continued for 6 more days. He posted 6 times. Each post was simple. No more than 80 words. Never emotional. Never personal. Only observations. Insights. Truths. He explained Viltrumite diet regulation. He explained our view of time. He described how we trained infants to sleep in zero-gravity chambers. He described how we measured trust, not in promises, but in follow-through. He described, finally, how we processed grief. That post read: "We do not bury. We incinerate. Then we keep the residue. Not for ritual. For composition. We use it to strengthen our young. This is not sacred. It is efficiency. And memory." That post broke containment. The thread was pulled into mainstream feeds within 6 hours. Every major global forum linked it. Half of them mocked it. The other half demanded verification. Someone asked if this was a hoax. Someone asked if it was propaganda. Someone asked if it was a test. The League made no statement. STAR Labs issued a brief denial that it had any formal knowledge of alien communication networks currently under civilian observation. But they knew. They were watching. That was what I wanted. 3 days later, the message board was hacked. Not deleted. Modified. One user posted a full transcript of Craig's first 6 entries, rewritten to make them sound like threats. The text was altered, distorted. The memory post was changed to read: "We burn our dead and feed their ashes to the next generation. This is the law of our world." That was not what he had written. But it didn't matter. The damage had been attempted. I did not respond. Craig did not respond. We posted nothing for 2 days. Let them wonder. Let them argue. Then, on the 3rd day, Craig returned. He made one post. Only 4 words. You fear the pattern. It was enough. The forum exploded. The administrators attempted to restrict access, but it was too late. The information had spread beyond their control. Civilian scientists on 6 continents had downloaded full archives of the original Viltrumite posts. Private universities began cross-comparing the syntax with the Moon transmission. Craig's original phrasing was confirmed. His account was restored. The forgeries discredited. He did not gloat. He did not defend. He simply posted once more. We do not need your belief. We need your clarity. Then he signed off. No further messages. Mark approached me 2 cycles later. He stood at the center of the observation deck, arms loose at his sides. They know it was real, he said. Yes. They're starting to accept it. They're starting to require it. He exhaled. So what now? We wait again. For what? For someone to reach out. That evening, a private university in New Zealand sent a secure message to Nolan's public comms relay. No encryption. No warning. Just one sentence. Would your people be willing to answer more questions? It was signed by a cultural research consortium. No governments. No league. Just citizens. Curious. Open. Willing. That was the signal. The silence was over. The world was ready. Chapter 13, The Resistance of Conversation. The Moon was no longer unknown. They had stopped calling us invaders. They had not started calling us allies. But they had begun something more dangerous than fear. They had begun conversation. It had started in the dark corners of Earth's digital systems, unfiltered, unapproved, unofficial, but now it was threading itself into classrooms, universities, private message boards, scientific publications, speculative journals, and quiet league-adjacent advisory groups. They read our words. They parsed our silence. They debated our meanings. Every conversation about us was a conversation with us. Even if we didn't answer. But now we would. And this time, not as teachers. This time, we would challenge. Anissa returned without ceremony. I had not summoned her. She came of her own accord, stepping into the upper gravity lock with her breathing steady and her pulse unchanged. I was reviewing orbital response times from Earth-based League installations. I did not turn to acknowledge her until she spoke. You want them to argue, she said. Yes. Then let me speak. We didn't discuss her tone. We didn't calibrate her posture. We didn't soften her language. That wasn't the purpose. They had already heard from Craig, whose voice was structured, cautious, exact. Now they would hear from her. From someone who did not explain. From someone who demanded. She activated the forum account 2 Earth hours later. No fanfare. No announcement. A different user tag, gravity under tension. No reference to Viltrum. No confession of identity. Just a comment. Buried under a thread arguing whether Viltrumites had the capacity for empathy. Anissa replied. You mistake our silence for lack. But you've also mistaken your language for clarity. You use empathy as a virtue. We use alignment as a necessity. The difference is not ignorance. It is design. The thread erupted. A moderator responded within minutes. Asking her to verify her identity. She didn't. Instead, she replied. You are not owed answers until your questions are worthy. Mark read the post from the lower chambers. He appeared in the command ring 4 hours later, quiet, but carrying the edge of something that had been building for days. She's going to make them afraid again, he said. No, I replied. She's going to make them interested. He folded his arms. There's a difference. Yes. Fear makes them react. Interest makes them pursue. She's not teaching, he said. She's threatening. She's testing. He stared at me, then said, "Do you know the difference?" Yes. He exhaled once. Then left. Anissa didn't stop. She posted again the next day. This time in a forum thread discussing power ethics. Power is not evil. Power is inert. It becomes destructive when placed in the hands of those who require it for identity. Viltrumites do not use power to feel valid. We use power because it is the function of our role. If you had that understanding, you would fear yourselves more than us. Within a day, she was receiving private messages. Dozens. Some angry. Some pleading. One, from a meta-human philosophy student in Italy, asked her, "Do you think your race is better than us?" Her reply was simple. Yes. She didn't explain it. She didn't moderate it. And she didn't apologize. The response fractured the forum. Half the users called for her to be banned. Half begged her to continue speaking. The moderators issued a public poll. The results came back 65% in favor of allowing her to remain. They cited the principle of academic transparency. They said it was better to engage than suppress. And with that, Earth made its choice. The League made no comment. But 2 days later, a low-ranking Watchtower operative sent an unsigned message to our base relay. "What is the purpose of provoking argument?" Anissa read it. Didn't answer. Instead, she posted it publicly. With one sentence beneath it. "Because it's the only way you learn." By the end of the week, she had engaged with 8 major academic discussion chains. She corrected terminology in a post discussing hybrid blood density and regeneration. She argued against the concept of shared empathy as a requirement for diplomatic exchange. She questioned why Earth considered emotional vulnerability a measure of honesty. She said, "Honesty is not weakness. But it is not a moral act. It is a tool. You trust those who speak truth because it flatters your sense of safety. We speak truth when it is efficient." Every response she wrote was precise. Not polite. Not cruel. Just structured. It wasn't emotionless. It was uncoded in Earth's expectations. And that disturbed them more than hostility ever could. Mark returned again. This time, slower. He stood beside me at the interface console and said nothing for a full 2 minutes. Then he asked, "What happens when they start to agree with her?" "They won't." "You sound sure." "They'll start to admire her." "That's different." He didn't answer. I continued. Respect built on challenge is more stable than respect built on gratitude. They'll forget kindness. They'll remember resistance. 3 days later, Anissa's posts were cited in a global conference on alien sociology held via a transatlantic academic council. Her quotes were read aloud. They debated them for 4 hours. A human professor, South American, previously a public critic of Viltrumite presence, said this on a live feed. "We are not ready to agree with them. But I am beginning to believe they are speaking in good faith. Even if that faith does not resemble ours." Anissa did not reply. But the forum continued. And Earth kept reading. Later, I entered her chamber. She sat alone. She didn't look up. I spoke first. "You've changed their tone," she said. "They were asking for approval. I made them ask better questions." "You're satisfied?" "No," she said. "They're still assuming they can understand us on their terms." I walked to the center of the room. "You could escalate." "Yes," she said. But that would break it. Break what? She turned, met my eyes. The tension. She was right. The humans didn't trust us yet. But they were speaking to us. And more importantly, they were changing their questions. Not what do they want? Not are they hostile? Now it was. What do they believe? Later that cycle, a League agent posted anonymously. What is your end goal? Anissa answered without ceremony. To endure. Not as your enemies. Not as your heroes. Just as your measure. Chapter 14, The Sound of Division. The moon was still. Earth never was. They did not have stillness in their blood. The moment something quieted, something else rose to fill the gap. Their machines, their words, their cities all built to respond to silence like it was a threat. And in this moment, they were responding to her. To Anissa. It had been 2 weeks since her first forum post. 8 days since the statement that fractured half of Earth's civilian conversation channels. You fear us because we do not speak like you. But we fear nothing because we have never needed to. She had said nothing after that. She didn't need to. Their own people spoke for her. Now, they were asking to hear her. Not through screens. Not through manipulated broadcasts. Not through leaked footage or false translations. They wanted her voice. An actual conversation. We allowed it. The request had come from a civilian academic consortium, a merged group of 4 sociologists, 2 linguists, and 1 cognitive theorist. Their names were clean. Their affiliations had no League entanglements. They had contacted Mark first, through private channels, assuming he would be the least dangerous. They were right. He brought the request to me. They don't want video, he said. They said it would bias perception. I didn't answer. They want an audio-only dialogue. No visual contact. No location tags. Still I said nothing. They want it moderated by one of their own. Someone who specializes in cross-cultural negotiation. No politics. No government strings. They want to control the conditions, I said. Mark nodded. They're trying to make it safe. It won't be. Anissa agreed before I finished explaining. She stood at the edge of the gravity corridor, arms folded behind her back, already reviewing the proposed question lists on a side screen. Her breathing was even. Her tone flat. She didn't ask who would listen. She only asked. How long? No limit, I said. But they expect 1 hour. Then they've already miscalculated, she said. We prepared nothing. No pre-approved answers. No talking points. No filtration. She would speak from the chamber above the primary magnetic core deep inside our central spire, where no external signal could shape the response time. Her voice would transmit in real time through a passive signal port connected to an Earth-based recording server in New Mexico. The humans would not trace it. But they would hear everything. The session was scheduled for 3 o'clock UTC. Prime listening time in the Americas. Middle of the night in Europe. Midday in Asia. A global middle point. And that, too, had been calculated. I stood outside the broadcast chamber as she entered. She wore no uniform. No insignia. No armor. She stepped into the sound field and adjusted nothing. She didn't test her voice. She didn't ask for calibration. She simply nodded once. I activated the signal. There was no opening theme. No music. No introduction. Just a brief note from the moderator, a human woman with no political titles. Her voice was calm. Academic. Slightly uncertain. We are joined tonight by a guest whose name we will not publish. She has been speaking to Earth indirectly for several weeks, and now she has agreed to speak directly. This will be an open conversation. We will begin. Then silence. Then Anissa's breath. Then. You may ask. The questions began simply. They asked her how old she was. She gave no number. Age has no bearing on authority. We are not governed by duration. We are governed by usefulness. They asked her why she had come to Earth. We did not come to you. We fell into your orbit. It is not the same. They asked her whether Viltrumites were interested in conquest. Not at present. But disinterest is not a promise. They asked what she believed. That endurance requires preparation. That survival requires control. That peace is only meaningful if it cannot be broken. They asked how she defined morality. I don't. The moderator paused at that. Pressed again. You don't define morality? What do you mean? I mean it does not exist. Not for you. Not for anyone. You have invented a word to describe selective consistency. But none of you apply it equally. And so the term has no weight. The moderator hesitated. But we use morality to guide our laws. Our cultures. Then your laws are fiction. There was a long silence. Then someone on the human side asked if she believed in empathy. Anissa answered without delay. I understand emotional mirroring. I have used it. It is not foundational. It is not an argument. It is a response. One does not build structures from fluid. The session lasted 40 minutes before the first real shift. A human caller, not a moderator, submitted a recorded question. It was from a teenager. A girl. 16 years old. Her voice was shaky. If you think we're so weak, why are you talking to us at all? Anissa paused. Longer than before. Then answered. Because I believe your species is young enough to be altered. There was no anger in her tone. No pride. Just certainty. After that, the questions changed. They grew sharper. One listener asked if she felt regret. No. Another asked if she had killed. Yes. Another asked if she believed humans were intelligent. You ask better questions than most species we have encountered. But you mistake speed of speech for depth of understanding. Another asked if she respected Superman. He is consistent. That is rare. It is also dangerous. The moderator asked what she feared. Unpredictable ignorance. Repetition. Sentiment used in place of precision. By the 1-hour mark, over 30 million civilians were listening across Earth. No leaks. No explosions. No accusations. Just one voice. Cold. Measured. Relentless. True. She ended the conversation the way she had begun. Without preamble. You have what you need. I am finished. She ended the signal. We shut the line. She left the chamber. She said nothing. Mark waited for her just outside. He didn't speak. Neither did she. They walked past each other. And nothing was said. 2 hours later, the recording was transcribed and uploaded globally. Not by us. By them. They did not cut the audio. They did not add commentary. They let the world hear her. By midday, the debates had begun again. Was she a threat? Was she a teacher? Was she cruel? Was she correct? Was she a warning? Was she a reflection? The League issued no statement. Superman said nothing. But the Watchtower's observation frequency adjusted by 0.4%. They were listening again. That was all we needed. Later, I stood with Craig in the command ring. We watched Earth's reaction unfold. He said nothing for a while. Then, "She's clearer than we are." "She doesn't compromise," I said. He nodded once. "That's what they'll fear." "Yes. But that's what they'll trust." Chapter 15, The Ones Who Answer. I stood at the central spire's uppermost threshold as Earth turned, slow and ignorant, beneath the dark. Light touched the oceans in fragments. Weather churned across the continents. Nothing moved on the moon but us. Anissa had not spoken since the broadcast. She hadn't needed to. Her voice had rippled through the population of an entire world with more precision than the fleet that once burned through Proxima's outer colonies. And like all efficient weapons, she had not struck repeatedly. She had made one incision. Then left it open. Their response was inevitable. They didn't beg for mercy. They asked for more. The transmission came from an Earth academic network neutral in name, civilian in registration, but leak-sponsored in practice. The metadata was clean. Not disguised. The signal carried no direct authorization. But it carried a name. Clark Kent. That name mattered. Not because of the journalist. Because of the Kryptonian. The message was short. There are people willing to be questioned. Not politicians. Not soldiers. Thinkers. Scientists. Listeners. They're not asking you to convince them. They're willing to answer you. Will you speak again? Anissa read the message without reaction. Then she nodded. Only if they understand the terms. The terms were absolute. She would ask. They would answer. She would not be interrupted. She would not be corrected. The conversation would not be edited. Not moderated by humans. Not wrapped in their ceremony. They would come to the table as recipients of questions, not holders of judgment. The League agreed. Or rather, Superman did. The message came from him. Not from the Watchtower. Not from Diana. Not from Jayon. Not from Batman. Just Clark. I'll be present. I won't speak unless asked. That was enough. The signal was structured to Earth's expectations, a panel, 3 participants, a timed session. But everything else belonged to us. They would speak from a chamber on Earth. We would listen from the moon. Our signal would pass through clean channels. No delays. No corrections. Anissa would speak from the lower atmospheric core of the spire. I had prepared the chamber myself. No visible tech, no projected weapons. Just a narrow sound field, hard walls, and the weight of intent. Mark monitored the transmission uplink. I did not ask if he approved. I did not require it. The broadcast began at 1700 hours Earth Central. It opened with silence. No music. No logo. Just 3 humans seated at a simple table, beneath a blank wall. No flags. No organizational symbols. Their names appeared briefly in text: Dr. Latoya Merrill, xenocultural historian; Dr. Sven Ichida, neural linguist; Dr. Emil Grant, moral philosopher. Then the 4th name appeared. Participant 4, no designation. Her voice entered the feed with no delay. Begin. There was no formal greeting. No introduction. She did not thank them for attending. She did not soften her tone. She began with a question. When did your species decide that pain justified authority? Dr. Merrill blinked. I'm not sure I understand. You assign authority based on suffering. You follow those who are perceived to have endured. Why? The philosopher, Grant, leaned forward. Because survival creates experience. And experience earns wisdom. False, Anissa replied. Survival creates trauma. It does not guarantee judgment. You reward those who survive pain because you fear those who have never suffered. You call it wisdom. But it is only fear of unknown strength. Dr. Ichida spoke. That may be partially true. But pain does teach. So does failure. But you do not assign power to the failed. You assign it to the wounded. Why? Grant hesitated. Because wounds are visible. Then your entire species is ruled by scars. The room was quiet. The audio feed carried the full weight of her voice, even measured. No threat. No volume shift. But impact. She continued. Next question. Why do you describe killing as inherently evil? Meryl inhaled. Because life is sacred. All life. No, well. Ideally. Then not all killing is evil. She flinched. No, but you say all killing is wrong as a reflex. You attach moral weight to an act you admit is conditional. Grant tried to clarify. We mean unjust killing. Killing without necessity. You should say that. You do not. Anissa allowed the silence to stretch. No one filled it. Then she moved on. Why do you believe apology is proof of change? Ichida sat back. Because it shows awareness. Responsibility. Words. Yes. Your people can lie. Ichida nodded. Yes. But a sincere apology. You cannot measure sincerity. No one answered. She spoke again. If a Viltrumite apologizes, it is only after the change has already occurred. We do not ask for credit before behavior proves itself. We expect judgment to follow action. You expect forgiveness before evidence. This is weakness. Superman had not spoken. He stood behind the panel, silent. His eyes were focused. His breath controlled. He never interrupted. Anissa turned toward him, not directly, not by name, but addressed him next. Why do you pretend you are not feared? He said nothing. She waited. Then. Why do you walk among them like a symbol instead of a man? Still, he did not speak. You hide your strength inside restraint. You call it mercy. But you need them to see you as one of them. That is vanity. Not virtue. She paused. Answer. He raised his head slightly. Then, finally. I don't walk among them to be worshipped. But you are. I don't ask them to. But you don't stop them. He paused. No, he said. Then they see your restraint as kindness. Yes. When it is actually calculation. He didn't reply. She didn't push. She moved on. By the end of the hour, they had answered 12 questions. Only 12. Not one was easy. Not one ended in comfort. The philosopher looked aged by it. The linguist was silent. Meryl whispered, near the end. Do you believe we have value? Anissa replied. You have potential. Meryl looked up. Is that enough? Not yet. When the session ended, there was no sign-off. No summary. No applause. The signal ended. The Earth remained silent for 2 minutes before speaking again. Superman stayed behind. The others left. He requested a direct channel. I granted it. He spoke alone. She's not wrong. No. But she doesn't see the risk. She is the risk. He didn't argue. Then he asked. What happens when the people listening stop arguing with her? I looked at Earth, spinning in the dark. And I said, then they've already begun the transformation. DC, What If I Am Thragg? Chapter 16, Stone Beneath the Flame. The moon had no weather. No pressure fronts. No windswept decay. Nothing to corrode what we built. The base, positioned against the rawness of vacuum and dust, remained intact. Every corridor, every seal, every sensor remained as I had designed it, controlled, unaltered by time. It was not built to defend. It was built to endure. That distinction mattered. Especially now. The Earth continued to discuss Anissa's voice. Not just her tone. Her words. Her presence. Her absence. The broadcast had reshaped the perimeter of every discussion in their institutions, not because she made them believe us, but because she refused to lie in ways they understood. She was not trying to sound human. She did not care about comfort. And that made them listen. But one question remained, silent and unasked. Would she say those things to someone who could match her? Not a philosopher. Not a theorist. Someone who understood power. Superman. The request came through a League proxy. No encryption. No flourish. Just words. If the offer stands, I'll come. Alone. No surveillance. No interference. 1 hour. He signed it as Kent. That was deliberate. No cape. No shield. Just a man offering speech. I showed it to Anissa. She stood beneath the reinforced gravity arc in the secondary compression chamber, arms bare, gloves off. She had just returned from a low-orbit perimeter sweep. Her skin still held traces of solar particle exposure. She didn't wipe them off. I handed her the data tablet. She read it once. Then handed it back. I'll speak. She didn't ask why he was coming now. She didn't ask what he hoped to gain. She knew. This was not a gesture. It was not diplomacy. It was measurement. We prepared nothing. No chairs. No table. No concessions. Anissa would speak from the upper compression chamber, 6 meters in diameter, ringed with echo-absorbent plating and reinforced shielding. It had no windows. No external projection. The only light came from the room itself, cool white, diffused from the walls. Nothing theatrical. Nothing performative. He would enter the room alone. No guards. No escort. I would not be present. Nor would Mark. No weapons. No recordings. No system interference. Just 2 voices. One human-shaped. One not. He arrived on schedule. No sonic boom. No dramatic descent. Just pressure displacement at the outer rim. Anissa met him at the hatchway. They said nothing. She turned and walked ahead. He followed. No words. No questions. They moved through the corridor like 2 fragments of different galaxies pressed into the same narrow cylinder of light. The door sealed behind them. I did not listen. I watched not through audio, not through video, but through kinetic trace. I observed nothing but movement patterns. Heart rate. Pressure signature. Breath interval. Nothing invasive. Just enough to know the conversation was happening. Inside the room, the 2 of them stood at exact distance, 2.7 meters apart. Neither advanced. Neither sat. Anissa spoke first. You're here. He nodded once. You expected me? Yes. Silence. Then. Why now? He inhaled. Held it. then released it. I waited. For what? For Earth to listen first. And now you speak. I ask. Her posture remained still. His weight shifted slightly forward, just enough to signal receptiveness without submission. She noticed. Ask. He didn't waste time. Is this war? Not yet. Will it be? If Earth breaks containment. He blinked. What containment? Moral containment. Ideological. You think Earth is contagious. I think Earth is inconsistent. That makes it unstable. Unstable patterns expand. If they reach us, we break them. If not, we tolerate. He nodded slowly. That's not diplomacy. It's structure. She waited for the next question. He offered it without delay. Do you believe we can change? Not all of you. Then what? Some will adapt. Others will resist. Some will imitate us. Others will destroy themselves trying to remain pure. And which ones survive? The ones who stop measuring us by what they feel. He paused. And what should they use? Outcome. Pattern. Function. He shook his head once. They're not built that way. Then they will rebuild themselves. Or die. His jaw flexed. But his heart rate remained level. She stepped forward slightly. Just half a step. You're not like them. He frowned. I am. You're not. I was raised here. But your mind is not human. He didn't argue. Just said. They don't see that. They don't want to. He waited. She added. Because if they saw it, they'd lose their excuse. He looked at her. Directly. For the first time. They trust me. No. They need you. That's not the same thing. It is. Silence. Then. Do you respect them? Some. Why? Because they're beginning to accept pain as a teacher. Not just a punishment. He nodded once. Then asked. What do you respect about me? Anissa didn't answer immediately. She looked at him. Studied his stance. The way he stood not like a warrior, but like something older. He didn't prepare to strike. He prepared to endure. That was Viltrumite. In a way. You understand time, she said. You understand that truth outlasts perception. He exhaled through his nose. A flicker of tension released. I thought you'd say strength. You have strength. But so do we. That's not rare. Endurance of clarity is. He paused. Looked around the room. No cameras. No. No record. Only memory. He nodded. Then said. Then I'll tell you what I fear. She tilted her head slightly. Say it. I don't fear your war, he said. I fear that when it comes, my side will want to be you. She didn't smile. But she didn't dismiss him. Then teach them not to imitate. Teach them to understand. He met her eyes again. I don't know if I can. Then step aside when we do. That was the edge. That was the first time their words clashed. Not physically. Not politically. But philosophically. He said nothing. She did not press. After 17 seconds, he asked. Will you protect Earth if something worse comes? Define worse. Destruction. Extermination. If Earth is ours by then, yes. He flinched. Slight. Barely noticeable. But real. Not for love. Not for pity. For continuity. We don't defend what we don't recognize. The chamber remained silent. No sirens. No alarms. Just the hum of two presences occupying a space not made for conflict. Then, at last, he said. They won't like hearing that. They already know it. He looked down. Then up. Then why do you speak? Because you came. He gave no farewell. He turned. Left the chamber. Did not fly. He walked. Through every corridor. Past every reinforced panel. No words. No accusations. No permission asked. I watched him pass me in the command ring. He paused. Only once. Then said. Thank you. I said nothing. He left. Anissa returned to the center chamber 2 hours later. Mark waited. She sat across from him. No commentary. Just presence. Finally, he asked. Was it worth it? He needed to speak. Did he convince you? He's not trying to convince. He's trying to anchor. Mark leaned back. You think he'll turn on us? Not yet. And after? That depends on what Earth becomes. Chapter 17, Speak Where It Hurts. The moon offered no echo. That was why I chose it. Not because it amplified power, but because it swallowed it. There were no distractions here. No cities. No sounds of weather or life. No comforting illusion of presence. Just raw exposure. Silence. Precision. Every voice had to be carried by intention, not noise. Mark stood before the broadcast core with his hands still. He had not requested this. He had not resisted it either. He had watched Anissa's conversation with Superman 3 times in full. Each time, alone. No commentary. No complaint. He understood what it meant. Not just to Earth. To him. His choice to speak was not about rebuttal. It was not a declaration of values. It was something smaller. Colder. Sharper. A recognition that when two weapons strike each other in the open, the one caught between must define itself or be shattered by the collision. He was not Kryptonian. He was not Viltrumite. He had no pure legacy. He only had position. That made him relevant. And relevance was the only thing Earth respected more than fear. I did not advise him. I only authorized the channel. The network was civilian-aligned. Broad. Unfiltered. The same group that hosted Anissa's original broadcast had agreed to moderate. But there would be no questions. No guests. No philosophers. Just 3 names. Mark Grayson. Bruce Wayne. Diana of Themyscira. Each represented a fracture in Earth's understanding of power. Each would hear him. They did not come to debate. They came to listen. That was what made it dangerous. The broadcast was not live. That was Mark's only condition. He did not want reaction shaping truth. He spoke alone for 2 hours. Then Diana and Bruce were invited to respond. Separately. Privately. Then they spoke together. Earth would receive it all unedited, in full, at dawn. I permitted it. Because it wasn't strategy anymore. It was culture. Mark began in darkness. There was no music. No opening summary. Only his voice. Not elevated. Not forced. Just clear. My name is Mark Grayson. You know who I am. You've seen the footage. You've watched the videos. The League has data on me. My blood. My father. My flight records. Everything about me is documented somewhere in a vault you'll never see. He paused. But there's something you don't have. You don't know how I live. You know what I can do. But not what I feel when I do it. He didn't dramatize. He didn't perform. He delivered each word like it had been carved and waited years to be spoken. When I stopped being just human, I started getting treated like I didn't count anymore. Not to humans. Not to Viltrumites. To both, I became a partial thing. A symbol. And symbols are easy to use. Easy to push. Easier to ignore when they stop serving the story. But I'm not a story. I'm the result of what happens when two powers meet and try to cancel each other without thinking what comes after. He moved closer to the audio field. I've watched Superman carry the earth on his shoulders like a secret. I've seen how you look at him. Like he's the idea of safety. I've watched Anissa strip that away. Not because she hates you. But because she doesn't need you. And now you're listening to her more than you've ever listened to me. There was no bitterness. Just wait. A heaviness earned from decades of exhaustion compressed into moments. You love a narrative. But you forget what happens between the lines. I've killed. I've failed. I've saved. I've broken things that mattered. I've watched people I cared about die because I wasn't fast enough. But you don't ask me how I endured. You only ask which side I'm on. He paused. Longer this time. Then spoke again. So here's the answer. I'm on Earth's side. Not because it deserves me. But because I remember it. I remember the smell of rain on asphalt. The sound of crowds when you win a game. The pressure of grief when you lose someone, and nobody writes a song about it. That's what's real to me. The channel remained dead silent. No commentary. No transmission interference. Mark continued. Anissa is right about one thing. You measure everything by how it makes you feel. Not whether it works. And you can't keep doing that. Not now. Not with what's coming. You don't have to be Viltrumite. But you do have to grow up. He sat then. The chair was metal. Unpolished. He didn't look at the camera. He looked down. Spoke again. I don't want to be your hero. I'm not interested in being your trauma story. But I'll stay. Not because I think you'll change. Because I know someone will. And that's enough. The signal ended. 12 hours later, the responses were recorded. No edits. No music. No titles. Just voices. Diana spoke first. She stood alone in a sunlit atrium somewhere on Earth. No background. No flags. Just a stone wall behind her. Her voice was steady. Mark Grayson has reminded us that endurance is not submission. It is not silence. It is the shape we take when we are waiting for understanding. I do not always agree with his people. I do not agree with all of him. But I believe he speaks as someone who has seen us truly and not turned away. That is more powerful than comfort. She paused. Then. I will stand with him. Bruce spoke second. His face was unseen. Only his voice was recorded. Gravel. Measured. Cautious. He's not wrong. Not about us. Not about the way we twist narrative to protect ourselves. He's not comfortable to listen to. Which means we should be listening. I don't need to agree with everything he said. But I'll watch. And I'll prepare. Because if someone like him stops warning and starts acting, I'll want to know exactly how I failed to listen. The broadcast ended. Earth didn't turn away. It processed. Quietly. Collectively. And for the first time in generations, 3 separate power lines had intersected. Kryptonian. Amazonian. Viltrumite. And the response was not war. It was recognition. I watched it all. From the spire. Alone. Not because I feared interference. But because I wanted to measure pattern. And the pattern was shifting. Not away from power. Toward acceptance of power's necessity. Mark had not argued. He had clarified. He had reminded them that his existence was not a debate. It was a fact. One they had shaped. One they could no longer dismiss. Anissa entered the room quietly. She stood beside me. Watched the earth from the same angle. She didn't comment on the broadcast. Just asked. Is he ours? I answered. No. She nodded once. Then said. But he's not theirs either. Chapter 18, Black Paper Contingency. They did not speak of it on public channels. There were no broadcasts, no leaks, no press releases. No coded posts on their civilian networks. No league representative issued a statement. Superman did not explain. Diana did not correct. Mark did not intervene. But 2 days after the last broadcast, Batman moved. Not publicly. He did not write a paper. He did not argue on a forum. He created a file. One that didn't need approval. Didn't need oversight. Didn't ask for permission. And then he delivered it anonymously to the highest levels of 21 governments, 6 league-adjacent institutions, and 1 isolated alien resistance cell in the Andromeda-linked refugee network. The file was simple. 6 sections. No signature. No encryption trail. Just a label, sharp and unambiguous. Subject: Viltrumite Strategic Response Protocol. I received a copy before any of them. Not because he sent it. Because I took it. He knew I would. The moment he compiled it before he sealed it, I had already intercepted the first stage encoding trigger. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't careless. It was deliberate. This was a message. Not to Earth. To me. I read it in full. Not quickly. Slowly. Line by line. Measured. Not because I feared its contents. Because I respected its clarity. It did not scream. It did not plead. It calculated. That, above all, I respected. Section I, Origin Response. Assess all known Viltrumite entries via high-altitude thermodynamic scans. Maintain pressure-based tracking satellites across all orbital alignments. Any sudden displacement of atmosphere or unexplained sonic stratification must be interpreted as potential entry. Engage without warning if pattern repeats within 2 weeks. Analysis: acceptable. Crude. But attentive to patterns. Earth had finally stopped asking if. They had started preparing for when. Section 2, Biological Limitation Observations. While direct tissue analysis remains limited, observed regenerative limits and neural processing can be mapped under excessive energy overload. Recommended: simultaneous deployment of red-spectrum nanofields and kinetic destabilizers. Emphasis on oversaturation, not precision targeting. If contact with hybrid subjects is required, defer to medical clearance from neutral zones. Do not assume compatibility. Analysis: accurate. Not detailed. But informed. They had observed Mark. They had watched how he bled. They had measured the time it took him to rise again. They had begun mapping us. That mattered. Section 3, Tactical Containment Zones. Construct low atmosphere pressure chambers under false identities in desert regions, with non-reflective material and gravitational distortion fields. Purpose: redirect potential conflict zones away from civilian density. Designate zones as cold red. If conflict is unavoidable, relocate within 4.7 seconds. Analysis: unnecessary, but methodical. They knew they couldn't win a fight in their cities. They didn't want martyrdom. They wanted survivability. A clear shift. Not resistance. Intelligence. Section 4, Psychological Leverage. Viltrumites do not display conventional emotional reaction to loss or threat. But records suggest hierarchy, function, and chain of command remain culturally sacred. Use isolation strategies. Disrupt roles. Remove clarity of task. Where possible, avoid framing conflict as ideological. They are unmoved by emotional appeals. Frame as logistical interference. If forced to explain, say only, it does not serve function. Analysis: correct. Almost too correct. Whoever compiled this had listened. Not just watched. They had heard Anissa. They had heard me. They had understood that threatening a Viltrumite's values meant nothing unless you threatened the system those values served. Section V, Points of Potential Containment Leadership. Subject: Mark Grayson. Unreliable as enforcer. Stable as bridge. Monitor emotional state. Subject: Nolan Grayson. Do not engage. Use only for insight. Subject: General Craig. Potential tactical asset in diplomatic window. If operational truce is required, transmit via known Viltrumite format. Subject: Thragg. Do not confront. Do not provoke. If he speaks, listen. If he moves, evacuate. Analysis: expected. Not cowardice. Caution. That was good. Caution meant they had passed the test of denial. They were no longer trying to prove themselves to us. They were trying to preserve themselves. That meant they believed in the threat. And belief would make them efficient. Section 6, Long-Term Cultural Intervention Strategy. Do not imitate Viltrumite values in leadership. Adaptation is not assimilation. Do not elevate hybrid symbols into moral authorities. Promote decentralization. Encourage divergence. Viltrumites operate best under a unified command ideology. Fragmentation is defense. Speak not to power but to process. Final advisory: do not attempt to defeat them. Survive them. Coexistence is possible. But it will not be given. It must be earned, on their terms. That last line was not from Batman. It was from Diana. Her note was attached. Handwritten. Scanned. Unafraid. You are not the monsters we imagined. But you are not peace, either. We will not wait to find out which one we face. We are not your enemy. But we will not be your shadow. She was right. They were not our shadow. Not anymore. They were not cowering. They were organizing. And that changed the map. Not physically. Psychologically. They had begun to understand that survival was not a gift. It was a tactic. Later, Craig entered my chamber. He held the report in his hand. Not on a screen. He had printed it. Bound it. Read it in full. He placed it on the table. Did not sit. He said. They learned. I nodded. Yes. They're preparing. Yes. They won't win. No. But they might last. I looked at him. Measured. Then answered. If they survive the first strike. Anissa joined us an hour later. She had read the file. Said nothing about its contents. She only asked, "Do we strike first?" I said, "No." She didn't argue. She understood. This wasn't a battlefield yet. It was a mirror. And the enemy was not weakness. It was the idea that they might stop being weak. Mark entered last. He looked at each of us. Then at the file. He read no pages. He only asked, "Do they still see me as leverage?" I said, "No." He waited. I continued. "They see you as a reference point. That better? Worse?" He nodded once. Then left. Bruce did not respond to our interception. He didn't try to hide it. He didn't tighten his encryption. He left it open. He wanted us to know that he was watching. He wanted us to know he understood. He was not a soldier. Not a tactician. He was a signal. To us. To Earth. And now, Earth would prepare. Not with pride. But with discipline. And that was more dangerous than power. Chapter 19, The Weight of the Trigger. The Gotham night was not silent. It breathed in patterns. Rain whispered across the rooftops. Electric lines clicked, faint but constant. Sirens echoed not as emergencies, but as background rhythm. This city didn't hide its heartbeat. It wore it in wires and stone and smoke. Superman didn't knock. He never did here. He landed soundlessly near the upper terrace of the Wayne Tower auxiliary spire, his boots flattening the wet gravel without pressure. He stood without cape, without crest, dressed in black and grey flight gear, not stealth, but muted. Intentional. He entered through the access hatch Bruce had left unsealed. Not as an invitation. As acknowledgement. There would be no records. No timestamp. No confirmation of presence. Just the silence between two men who had already imagined this conversation long before they lived it. Bruce stood near the wall-length monitor, arms crossed, back straight. He didn't turn when Clark entered. The room was unlit except by the screen's ambient glow. Data pulsed across it, city feeds, global seismic readings, atmospheric entry patterns, known Viltrumite energy signatures. Nothing Clark hadn't already seen. Still, Bruce let it play. "You read the file," he said. Clark didn't answer at first. He stepped forward. Slow. Precise. Then said, "You knew I would." Bruce nodded once. "You read it early." "I didn't need permission." "No," Bruce said. "You didn't." They stood in the low hum of quiet systems. The city below muttered without ceasing. Clark finally asked, "Why now?" Bruce said nothing. Then walked to the far terminal. Brought up a different feed. A short loop, Anissa's second broadcast. The final segment. "If Earth is ours by then, yes." Clark watched it. Then looked at Bruce. "Still not the reason." "No," Bruce said. He switched feeds again. This time, it was Mark. "I'll stay. Not because I think you'll change. Because I know someone will." Clark blinked once. Bruce turned toward him. "Because we don't have a fixed clock anymore." That landed. Clark understood. This wasn't about preparing for battle. It was about not knowing when it would come. Viltrumites didn't issue warnings. They acted on usefulness. Which meant their clock didn't tick. It waited. And waiting made the world nervous. Bruce said, "We need clarity." Clark nodded. "From me?" "Yes." Silence. Then Clark asked. What do you want to know? Bruce didn't look away. He stepped forward, face unreadable. Voice low. Controlled. What's your threshold? Clark didn't speak immediately. He looked down. Then at the monitor. He didn't pretend not to understand. He just chose his answer slowly. Deliberately. I let cities burn once, he said. Trying to understand restraint. Bruce watched him. Clark continued. I was taught to pull back. To show them power could wait. That mercy would be a model. And now? Clark's voice didn't change. But now I've seen what they become when they admire the wrong example. Bruce didn't move. Clark walked past him. To the monitor. Tapped one entry, Anissa. Watched the recording in silence. Then said. She doesn't hate them. That's not the problem. No, Bruce said. She's teaching them something they're not built to survive. Clark didn't argue. She's not wrong, he said. But... Clark turned. She isn't here to help. Bruce stepped closer. So what's your line? Clark exhaled. Slowly. Then said. If she threatens a city moves toward one, I'll stop her. If she kills, I stop her. If she threatens you. Clark didn't flinch. I'll stop her. Bruce looked at him. Carefully. You'll kill. No. Then what? Containment. Superman. I won't execute a culture. Even one born from war. Then we lose. Clark didn't deny it. He said. Then I become their problem, too. That settled. Not as comfort. As confirmation. Bruce returned to the console. Brought up a different file. Smaller. Unshared. Labeled, Divergence Projection, Mark Grayson. He rotated the display. Let Clark see it. 30%, Bruce said. Of what? Of the world backing him over us. Clark stared at it. No title. No crest. No organization. Just him. Bruce nodded. He's becoming the measure. Clark looked down. Then asked. You worried? Bruce said. No. I'm calculating. Clark smiled, faintly. First sign of expression all evening. You ever stop? Bruce didn't blink. Only once. Clark frowned. When? Bruce's voice lowered. When I trusted you to carry a city that was burning. Clark looked at the monitor again. Then asked. If I told you I'd do it again, would that change anything? No. Why? Because it's not you I'm worried about. That, finally, was truth. This conversation wasn't about Clark. It was about what the idea of restraint had birthed. The Viltrumites were not wrong in their analysis. Earth's hope was pinned to feelings, not structure. And feelings couldn't hold under pressure. Bruce turned back to the files. Closed the projections. Shut down the screens. Then said. I don't need your promise. Clark waited. I need to know you've already chosen. Clark said. I have. The room dimmed. The rain on the rooftop returned to the foreground. No more words. Bruce moved to the console. Logged out. Walked past Clark toward the inner corridor. Then paused. Said without turning. When it happens, I'll have two plans. Clark said nothing. Bruce finished. One for us. One for you. Clark remained still. Didn't respond. Didn't protest. He left the room 2 minutes later. Not in flight. Just walked out. Down. Silently. Into the Gotham dark. Back on the moon, I read Bruce's trigger file the moment he filed it. He had prepared no alert. But the signal spike was visible. The entry was timestamped. Marked. Archived. Label, Converging Points, Final Dialogue. He had catalogued the meeting before it began. He had assumed it would happen. He was right. Anissa read it next. Her only words. He waited too long. Craig disagreed. He said. No. He waited until it mattered. Neither were wrong. Mark asked nothing. But he walked to the outer rim later that day. Watched Earth turn for a long time. Then said. They're still afraid of being left behind. I said. They're afraid of needing to be led. Mark nodded. And for once, said nothing else. Chapter 20, Steal Without Witness. The file arrived at 3:37 UTC. It bypassed 5 League proxies, skipped 3 locked satellites, and terminated on a secure Viltrumite listening post buried 12 kilometers beneath the Mare Serenitatis Basin. No encryption. No trapdoor. No virus. Just text. Structured. Cold. Deliberate. Sender, BW. No further credentials. Just the message. Proposal, Controlled simulated engagement between Terran Defense Matrix and Viltrumite Combat Doctrine. Purpose, Comparative Tactical Evaluation. No live engagement. No active weapons. Full data transparency. Mutual observers. Select parameters negotiable. Location, Luna Searing, Neutral Zone 14. Duration, 90 minutes. 2 simulation phases. Request, General Craig. Acceptance of terms confirms Treaty of Observation. No retaliation protocols. No claims of supremacy. This is math. You asked what Earth has learned. This is the answer. I read the message first. Then delivered it to Craig by hand. He was reviewing thermal uplift patterns in the polar belt, seated alone beneath the graviton board in the northern analytics chamber. He did not look up when I approached. He didn't speak when I placed the tablet beside his left gauntlet. He finished his calculations, entered them, then closed the projection. Then only then did he read. His eyes moved slowly. Not out of confusion. But focus. He read it twice. Then said. It's real. Yes. He handed it back. Then said. Then we test. Craig didn't ask for backup. He didn't assemble a team. He didn't forward the message to Anissa or Mark or the fleet officers under my reserve command. He didn't make a speech. He prepared. He spent the next 8 hours calibrating his physiology under reduced lunar gravity. He had never trained in Earth standard simulation before. Viltrumite tactical adaptation normally ignored alien weight standards. But this was not a conquest drill. This was a message. And so he adjusted. Neutral Zone 14 was a no-contact testing grid built after our arrival, untouched by human infrastructure. A dead zone, neither Earth nor Viltrumite claimed. It was blank by design. No surveillance. No atmospheric broadcast relay. Just fine dust, dense rock, and empty space. The perfect place for a conversation in numbers. We arrived alone. No ship. No ceremony. Just descent through kinetic dampeners and gravity locks. Craig landed first. I followed 30 seconds later. He wore standard field gear non-enhanced. No amplification nodes. No telemetry devices. No shield belt. He had agreed to the rules. And I had agreed to observe. The League arrived at 0900 exactly. A single craft. One shuttle. Batman exited first. No mask. No armor. Just reinforced flight gear. Neutral black. Unbranded. He carried nothing. No tablet. No comms. Just his presence. Behind him, 2 operators. One known Martian manhunter. The other, unrecognized. A technician, likely. No weapons. No aura of posture. Only preparation. This was not a test to impress. This was a test to understand. Craig didn't move. He let Batman approach. 6 meters apart, they stopped. They said nothing. Not at first. Just stood. Measured. Not as opponents. But as frameworks. Then Bruce said. You read the conditions. Craig nodded. I did. Accepted. Yes. Batman glanced once at the Martian. Jayon stepped forward. Raised one hand. A slow pulse of light extended outward flat, controlled, uniform. A field. Simulation space, projected across an 11-kilometer radius. Perfectly contained. No bleed. No illusion. Only data. Craig stepped into it. The moment his body passed the edge, telemetry initiated. Internal mapping began. Craig moved as if nothing changed. He did not flinch. He walked to the center of the field. Stood still. Batman activated his wrist node. Spoke once. Begin Phase 1. Phase 1, Stress Disruption Test. Objective, overwhelm Viltrumite perception through coordinated, randomized kinetic pulses from 6 directional algorithmic ghost strikes. No physical damage. Only overload. A test of input versus response. Craig closed his eyes. The first strike came from the left. Then above. Then below. Not physical. Not visible. Only data, compressed into simulation vectors. He moved cleanly. Every muscle choice precise. Not fast. Not reactive. Just efficient. He let one strike pass him. Let it touch his shoulder. He allowed contact. Not because he failed. Because he wanted them to record it. The observers murmured. Not audibly. Not aloud. But through sync transmission. I read the signal. They were not disappointed. They were cataloging. They had not expected to win. They had expected to learn. And now they were. Craig endured 21 seconds of full-spectrum simulation overload. He didn't block them all. He didn't try. He allowed 10. Redirected 7. Intercepted 4. No counter-strike. No offensive. Only processing. At the end, he opened his eyes. Spoke flatly. Phase complete. Batman nodded once. Proceeding to Phase 2. Craig said nothing. He stood still. Jayon restructured the field. Phase 2 activated. Phase 2, Role Simulation Urban Variable. A fictional cityscape manifested in layers of dust and light. No real buildings. No population. Just structures. Heights. Angles. Blind corners. Pressure points. Craig blinked once. Waited. Then moved. Not to attack. To test. He launched upward, then adjusted. Side movement. He hovered above a 40-meter roofline, eyes scanning. No threat had appeared. Then the ghost signature emerged. A simulated enemy, a blend of 3 known League members. Speed. Density. Flight. Craig descended slowly. The enemy approached. He moved once. Let it pass. Struck it in the back with a precise heel. The ghost shattered. Not deleted. Just dispersed. Batman watched. Said nothing. The technician recorded. Every movement, every angle, every weight transfer. The simulation launched 4 more hostiles. Craig intercepted 2 before landing. He allowed one to strike his flank. Let it push him into a wall. He slid down it. Slow. Got back up. Stood. Then said, I understand. He exited the field. No sweat. No change in breath. He stood before Batman. 2 meters apart. You tried to test reaction time under conceptual variance. Yes. You expected me to ignore the false structures. Yes. You expected me to dominate the field. No. Craig nodded. Then you understand something very few have. Batman didn't thank him. Didn't smile. He looked Craig in the eye. Then said, if we have to fight, I want to lose slowly. Craig didn't laugh. He nodded again. You might. Batman paused. Then. You weren't offended. No. Why? Because you didn't posture. That was all. There were no concluding words. No summary. No political closing. Just calculation. They left together. No threat exchanged. No warning given. Only confirmation. That both sides had begun measuring not by ideology, but by probability. And that was real progress. Later, back at the central chamber, I asked Craig. What did they want most? He answered. To be seen failing, and not be punished for it. I said. And you gave them that? He looked at me. Straight. No pride. No irony. Yes. Chapter 21, The Martian and the Pattern. I had been watching him for 32 Earth days. He never raised his voice. He never interrupted. He never attempted to frame Earth's fear as virtue. He was present during every recording, every simulation, every confrontation between us and their defenders, but never as an anchor. Jaons was not a symbol. He was a sensor. And that made him the most dangerous observer on this planet. Because he did not measure words. He measured patterns. And he remembered all of them. He requested the meeting through neutral relay. No leak stamp. No encryption. Just a timestamp. If permitted, I would like to meet with you alone. No record. No strategic objective. No diplomatic resolution. Just awareness. I remember war. I remember extinction. I remember my own kind breaking. I would like to understand what will break yours. He didn't flatter. He didn't position. He simply asked. So I said yes. We met in a crater 7 kilometers west of the Mare Imbrium construction spire. No walls. No shield. Just lunar stone beneath our feet. He stood when I arrived. Did not rise into the air. Did not project any protective field. He simply waited. I landed without impact. Did not speak. He did not bow. I did not offer a gesture. This was not peace. This was not posturing. This was recognition. He spoke first. I've scanned your records. Of course. I've felt the pressure lines in your species' communication structure. That's not difficult. But I've also listened to your absences. That, finally, was a statement of value. I said. And he looked at me. No glow in his eyes. Just steady, unbroken watching. I think your people are not afraid of destruction. We're not. You're afraid of irrelevance. I did not answer immediately. Because he was not wrong. He was just early. He continued. You want Earth to see what it could become if it abandoned contradiction. Yes. But you fear what it might become without you. No. He raised an eyebrow. Then you're more confident than your subordinates. I didn't breed them to doubt. He nodded. You did breed them. Not for purity. Function. Yes. He paced slightly. Not to show movement. But to feel it. I could sense his internal rhythm matching the crater's curvature. His breathing slowed. He asked. What happens when Earth becomes efficient but rejects your culture? They won't. You're certain? Yes. He stopped pacing. Why? I answered. Because the moment they internalize efficiency, they lose the need for dissent. Once they become functionally aligned, resistance becomes a liability. That's not ideology. That's pressure. And if their culture absorbs efficiency but maintains divergence, they will fracture. Then rebuild. Slower. Weaker. But present. I tilted my head. You see survival as success. He said. I see adaptation as intelligence. That wasn't an argument. It was a threshold. He was drawing a boundary not for his own benefit but for Earth's. He wanted to know what I would do when that line was crossed. So I answered plainly. If they adapt past us, they are no longer our concern. Jaeon looked up. To abandon? No. To measure. If Earth becomes stable outside our structure, it becomes an external system. Like Thraxa. Like the coalition. Useful. Not necessary. And if it tries to compete, we eliminate the attempt. Not the system. He digested that. Did not protest. Did not argue morality. He filed it. Then asked. Is Anissa preparing for war? She's preparing Earth for war. With you? No. With itself. That stopped him. Only for a moment. Then he asked. And Mark? He will follow what proves itself worthy. Not loyalty. No. Then you don't control him. I don't need to. Jaeon moved forward now. One full step. I have one more question. Then ask it. He spoke softly. But each word landed. What happens to the Martian memory when your system erases what it doesn't find efficient? I looked at him. No hesitation. You exist to remember. We exist to continue. There is no conflict unless you interfere. He didn't blink. He didn't shift form. He said. I will interfere if memory is erased by force. I said. You won't survive that choice. He nodded once. But the memory will. He left without speaking further. No ceremony. No retreat. He simply faded. Not teleportation. Just reversion to dispersal state. A Martian trick. Obsolete, inefficient. But effective. Like him. I did not pursue. I did not track. But I noted. He would not strike first. But if the Viltrumite mandate ever demanded cultural cleansing, he would act. Not to save, but to preserve the record. He was not a soldier. He was not a king. He was not a human. He was the resonance of loss made conscious. And that, at times, was more resilient than ideology. I returned to the moon base alone. No report filed. No command issued. But I changed one line in the observational command sequence. I marked Jayons as non-combatant priority observer, interfering class. Not enemy. Not target. But recognized presence. And that mattered. Because you do not destroy what remembers the future. You let it observe. Until the day comes that you can no longer ignore its shadow. Chapter 22, The Culture That Bleeds. She did not summon guards. She did not set terms. She did not instruct her staff to clear the chamber. Diana of Themyscira simply left the watchtower without alerting the others, flew unaccompanied across the upper atmosphere, and landed at the Hall of Echoes beneath Delphi, once a League fallback site, now sealed from media channels, now untouched by watchtower surveillance. She stood in the main chamber of stone and brass with her sword sheathed and her wrists unbound. The room was built for silence. The acoustics sharpened memory. Every sound left a trace. That was the point. She waited. Jayon arrived 5 minutes after she did. As she knew he would. He stepped into the stone space as though it belonged to him, which it did, in the same way ruins always belong to the ones who remember them. She nodded once. He returned the gesture. No one else spoke. There were no assistants, no counselors, no league liaisons. This was not a political meeting. This was a precaution. Diana sat. He stood. It was not a posture of rank. It was a reflection of weight. He had more to carry. She had more to lose. They both understood that. She spoke first. Has Thragg moved? Jayon shook his head. No direct action. Indirect. Yes. She waited. He continued. He's adjusted Moonbase observer protocols. I am now designated interfering class, non-combatant priority observer. She absorbed that. Not enemy. Not yet. Then he's listening. He always was. She nodded once. I asked to meet, she said slowly, because I want your memory. Not your permission. He closed his eyes. Not in resistance. In recall. When he opened them again, he said. They will not come as tyrants. She didn't answer. They will come as answers. Still, she waited. He continued. Their culture does not believe in fear as a tactic. They believe in efficiency as proof. And that makes them more invasive than any overt ideology Earth has ever encountered. Diana breathed out through her nose. I know. You don't. Her eyes narrowed slightly. He clarified. You know what they do. You do not know what they erase. Silence. He paced once, slowly. Voice low. You can resist a tyrant. You can inspire rebellion. You can defy an occupier. He stopped. But what do you do when your citizens choose to abandon nuance for function? She didn't speak. He stepped closer. Do you outlaw efficiency? She blinked. Do you criminalize unity of purpose? He didn't press. He let the question land. Then said. They are not afraid to be disliked. They are afraid of wasted motion. So they will give Earth a choice, become more efficient, or become obsolete. She asked. Is that the war? He answered. No. That's the peace they offer before the war. Diana leaned forward. Hands clasped. Elaborate. He nodded once. Then sat opposite her. Folded his hands. Stared down at them for a long time. Then. Anissa's broadcasts are not ideological. They are invitations. She is not converting Earth. She is filtering it. Diana's brow tightened. Filtering. He met her eyes. She is not waiting for agreement. She is waiting for resonance. That settled. A soundless conclusion. He let the meaning unfold. Diana finally said. She's giving them time to self-select. Yes. And the ones who resist. She won't strike first. But she won't wait forever. No. The chamber was utterly still. Then Diana said. We can't fight them. No. But we can prepare. Yes. For a war. He shook his head. For inheritance. That, finally, landed as truth. Diana stood. Her boots did not echo. The chamber absorbed weight. She looked down at her hands. Then at him. You think Earth will change? He didn't hesitate. It already has. She exhaled. Then said. Then we must teach them what cannot be optimized. Jaeon tilted his head. The old myths. No, she said. Memory. She shook her head. Meaning. He stood too. She placed her hands behind her back. I'm not asking to start a resistance. I know. I'm not asking you to spy. I already have. She smiled faintly. There was no joy in it. Only clarity. Then. I'm going to begin speaking. To who? To those who still value contradiction. He didn't try to stop her. Instead, he asked. Will you speak as Wonder Woman? No. Then as who? She said. As a child of a culture that bled. 3 days later, the first message appeared. No logo. No leak insignia. No signal tracing. Just a file labeled, The Culture That Bleeds Voice 1. Text only. You will not be told when your culture is dying. It will not come with banners or fire or chains. It will come with function. You will be offered a choice, adapt, or become irrelevant. You will be told that contradiction is a flaw. You will be told that mercy is inefficient. You will be told that time is wasted unless it creates result. And some of you will believe. Because belief is easier than uncertainty. Because alignment is easier than debate. Because obedience feels like peace when it comes with order. But I am here to say this. Function is not value. Survival is not meaning. Victory is not justice. You may survive the Viltrumites. But if you forget why you ever resisted war, then they have already won. This message is not resistance. It is memory. Memory of culture that bled, and did not break. The file was unsigned. But the world knew who wrote it. They knew because it didn't promise comfort. It didn't ask for admiration. It just reminded them what they had already started to forget. And memory without permission spreads. Anissa read the file from the Spire's private observatory. She did not comment. She did not issue a reply. But she watched Earth for a full hour after the message was received. Then she said. She speaks not to them. She speaks to what used to be them. I was beside her. I said. Yes. And she said. Then I'll wait until they stop listening. Chapter 23, The Survivor Brings No Gifts. The delegation ship came without escort. No fighters. No sensor drones. No proximity buffer. It traveled alone through Martian airspace, bypassed orbiting Earth defense networks, and descended into League-controlled territory without triggering a single perimeter alarm. Because it had been invited. And because it carried nothing that looked like power. Only a passenger. One survivor. From a coalition world that had accepted Viltrumite integration. His name was Vornan, and he came without ceremony. He had lived through 2 occupations. The first came from within his own people. Factions collapsing. Councils breaking. The second came from us. Not with fire. Not with warships. Not with orbital bombardment. With command. With clarity. With offers that looked like logic and pressure that felt like peace. He was the last planetary representative of Helios 8, a system not famous enough to make Earth's records, but not obscure enough to be spared Viltrumite notice. Their people had accepted the offer of function-first adaptation within 7 months of contact. They dismantled their religious structure. They standardized time. They surrendered control of agricultural output. And they survived. Diana met Vornan at the lowland embassy field outside Themyscira's Atlantean Pass, neutral ground between cultures, connected to nothing. He wore no armor. No uniform. Just a simple long tunic, patterned in flat black lines, the kind a Helios 8 academic might have worn, if Helios 8 had any remaining academic councils. Diana offered no handshake. He did not expect one. She stepped aside, letting him pass without ceremony. He walked slowly, eyes sharp. She asked no questions until they reached the stone hall she had prepared. 1 table. No seats. Just a place for witness. Not comfort. Jaeon watched from a side alcove. Unseen, but not hidden. He did not read minds. He listened. As he always did. Vornan turned once, glancing at the shadows. Then said. You can watch. Jaeon nodded once. Did not step forward. Vornan turned back. Faced Diana. You asked me to speak to Earth. Yes. I will. Why? Because you're asking before they no longer care. Diana did not flinch. Did not smile. She only said. Begin. Vornan placed both hands on the table. Spoke slowly. We lost no cities. We lost no oceans. No atmosphere. No blood. The Viltrumites did not conquer us the way your stories fear. They sent 3 envoys. Each one stronger than any fleet commander we had. They did not issue ultimatums. They issued performance benchmarks. They gave us time. We reorganized. We survived. He paused. Eyes steady. And we forgot how to speak in ways that weren't approved. Diana blinked. Explain. He nodded. They don't ban speech. They just make inefficient speech irrelevant. You can ask questions. You just won't get answers unless your question helps them measure a flaw. You can mourn. You just won't be given time off for grief. You can remember your old customs. But they won't be allowed to govern any decisions. Diana leaned forward slightly. Was that war? He shook his head. No. It was inheritance. But we inherited a future that needed none of our past. And the more we adapted, the more we started to believe that memory was just resistance in disguise. Jaeon remained still. Diana asked. Were you punished? No. Silenced? No. Then what did they take? He met her eyes. Permission to be confused. The room darkened as evening approached. No lights activated. Diana didn't speak. Vornan didn't elaborate. Jaeon finally stepped forward. He did not hover. He walked. Stood opposite the table. Then said. Your world still exists. Yes. Your people still eat. Live. Reproduce. Yes. Then what is your fear? Vornon's voice dropped. That one day I will look at a child of our next generation, and I will not recognize any part of the reason we once existed. Silence. Diana turned toward the window. Clouds moved overhead, slow and full. Not a storm. Just pressure. She asked. What does Earth need to understand before it chooses your path? Vornon looked down at his hands. Then up again. That survival is not always worth the replacement of self. That to endure is not always to win. And that the Viltrumites will never demand surrender. They'll demand usefulness. Diana did not thank him. She didn't offer comfort. But she turned to Jaeon. Said. Send it. He asked. As is. She nodded. No edits. He hesitated once. Then transmitted the full conversation to the silent, unlisted League relay, the one wired directly to the independent civilian feed Mark had once used. It went live at 3:12 the next morning. No warning. No debate. No spin. Just the voice of someone who was not broken, just altered beyond his own memory. Earth reacted slowly. Then violently. Then quietly. Some called it a manipulation. A plant. A propaganda piece. But when counter voices asked for his records, Vornon released them. All of them. His public history. The cultural codes Helios 8 had disbanded. The optimization schedules. The 3 messages he had sent to his government questioning their compliance, marked inefficient, archived. The 15 works of poetry he had written, no longer approved for reproduction. His approval rating, 98.2%. His relevance rating, 99.6%. His personal isolation index, 73.4%. The numbers were not a horror story. They were proof. He was still healthy. Still paid. Still heard. But he was no longer real to his own people. He was not useful. So he was not relevant. I watched it unfold from the lunar spire. Craig observed the data spike. He said. They're afraid. I said. No. He asked. Then what? I said. They're beginning to remember what they once were afraid to be. He frowned. And that is human. Anissa read the transcript. She said. He's not lying. No. But he's not helping. No. He's mourning. Yes. She didn't flinch. Then said. Should we silence him? No. Why? Because when people see a man who has adapted and still suffers, they remember that function is not peace. Mark watched the full broadcast in his private chamber. He didn't comment. He didn't message Earth. He didn't speak to Diana. But for the first time since the simulations, he removed his command interface from his chest. Laid it down. Sat beside it. And just breathed. Like someone who remembered how. Chapter 24, What They Forgot to Keep. Anissa didn't ask for permission. She didn't submit a report to Craig, or to me. She didn't file her approach vector with the orbital channels or broadcast her descent to any League listening satellites. She simply left. No retinue. No ship. No insignia. Just her body and atmosphere tearing around it. She landed at the outer limits of Delphi's recovered sanctuary zone, what the League now used as a cultural demilitarized archive. The ground there had been left as unaltered as possible. Broken stones and half-unearthed marble facades met reinforced foundations. War damage had been preserved under glass and chrono-mapped walls. Nothing had been beautified. It was meant to remain an exposed wound, the kind that made humanity feel reflexively reverent. Anissa stood on that glass. She waited. No one stopped her. No League patrols arrived. No comms challenge. No defensive scan triggered. She wasn't here for Earth. She was here for Vornan. He emerged from the eastern colonnade at 4:19 standard. No guards. No drones. No armor. He walked with a slow, even rhythm, the same he'd kept when he spoke with Diana. His steps were measured not from fear but from disuse. You could tell when a man moved like his body still remembered ceremony he no longer believed in. Anissa didn't step forward. She waited. He approached until they were 2 meters apart. No greeting passed between them. There would be no handshake. No title. She said. Your people accepted us without resistance. He nodded. She said. And still, you mourn. Vornan did not answer immediately. He stepped to the side, onto the glass, and looked down at the wreckage preserved below. He said. We surrendered 1,000 years of contradiction. That weight doesn't leave in silence. Anissa's voice did not change. And what did you gain? He looked up. Continuity. Stability. Yes. Survival. He hesitated. Then said. Yes. Anissa nodded once. Then. That's enough. He looked at her. Carefully. Then asked. Is it? She said nothing. Then walked past him. Toward a stone seat at the edge of the wreckage. She sat. Legs apart, arms resting against her knees. No tension in her frame. She did not posture. She simply existed. And waited. Vornan joined her after a minute. Not close. Still within sight. They sat. They watched. And for the next few minutes, no one spoke. Finally, she said. I was born during a cleansing campaign. He didn't respond. She continued. I killed my first rebel at 13 Earth years. Why? He broke rank. Delayed a planetary sweep to save his child. Vornan didn't flinch. Anissa looked ahead. No one called it cruelty. They called it failure of discipline. She breathed once. Then said. Do you understand that difference? He nodded. Yes. She turned her head. Eyes sharp. But do you respect it? He inhaled. Then answered. I respect the order. I reject the amnesia. Anissa's mouth twitched. Something like a smile, too brief to confirm. Then she asked. Do you think your world is less now? Yes. But alive? Yes. And you would undo that, if you could. His voice remained steady. I would undo only the forgetting. Anissa looked away. For a long time, neither of them said anything. Then she asked. Do you know why we allowed your culture to keep its physical markers? The architecture. Yes. The colors. The names. The songs, even. He nodded. Yes. Why? To make us believe we'd been preserved. She said. And did it work? Yes. But you're still here. I remember. She leaned forward. Palms flat on her knees. Then said. Memory is not resistance. He waited. She continued. But if it becomes functionless, we erase it. Vornan exhaled. That's what you want me to say to Earth? No. She turned again. Eyes narrowed slightly. I want you to say it to yourself. He didn't blink. Then said. I already did. Anissa stood. She didn't offer farewell. She didn't explain why she had come. But before she turned to leave, she looked down at the glass again at the ruins beneath her feet. Then said. You kept your statues. Yes. But not your poets. No. And that's why you mourn. He did not answer. She didn't need him to. She left. Fast. But not in flight. She walked to the edge of the zone. And then she lifted. Rising so quickly the ground rippled. But not enough to crack the glass. I reviewed her trajectory less than an hour later. She didn't report it. She didn't send a transcript. But she knew I would read the atmospheric tremor signature. So I waited for her. She entered the chamber without sound. No hesitation. No emotion. She stood before me. And said. He's not dangerous. No. But he's useful. Yes. To us. To them. She nodded. Then she said. I think the ones who resist us the longest won't be the ones with weapons. I agreed. They'll be the ones with songs. She didn't scoff. She said. Then we should step on those first. I looked at her. Let the words settle. Then replied. No. We let them sing. Why? So they know what gets quieter first. Chapter 25, The Room Without Victory. The request came without signature. No crest. No seal. Just coordinates and a timestamp. Location, Neutral Zone 7B, Orbit Adjacent, Unclaimed Watchtower Shell. Time, 0800 UTC. Participants, 3. Observers, none. Recordings, forbidden. No guards. No sensors. No broadcast permissions. Just space, stone, and silence. I approved it personally. Craig had not asked. But I allowed it because I understood his logic. This was not a meeting. This was not diplomacy. This was the first room on Earth or near it where all three present would be shaped by war, would remember extinction, and would know the weight of blood without needing to explain it. It would be Craig. It would be Superman. It would be Diana of Themyscira. The structure had no name. Once intended as a League fallback relay during early satellite reorganization, it had been abandoned mid-construction. No walls. No signal scrubbers. Just alloyed platforms suspended in orbit above Earth's equator. No banners. No code. Just void, and a floor to stand on. That made it acceptable. Craig arrived first. Not early. Exactly on time. He did not hover. He did not posture. He stood near the center beam, arms behind his back, feet shoulder-width apart. Standard Viltrumite diplomatic posture adapted from warprayer stance, restructured for functional stillness. He did not speak. He waited. At 8 hours UTC, Diana entered from the east. She wore no armor. No sword. Only standard reinforced League field gear. She nodded once. Craig returned it. No words. At 8 hours and 3 seconds UTC, Clark descended from the solar layer overhead. Not fast. Not loud. Just precise. His boots touched alloy with no echo. 3 points of power stood beneath a dead relay. None of them reached for it. Superman was the first to speak. His voice held no warmth. Only clarity. Who called this? Craig said. I did. He did not bow. He did not blink. Diana said. For what purpose? Craig turned toward her. Then answered. To speak where victory does not exist. That froze the platform. Superman's brow tightened. Diana's shoulders rose slightly. Not in tension. In readiness. Craig continued. I do not seek to persuade you. I do not represent diplomacy. I offer no warnings. Diana crossed her arms. Then what do you offer? Craig said. Memory. Silence. Then Clark spoke. No commands. No. No judgments. No. Diana asked. And what memory do you think we need? Craig answered without pause. The one we have all been taught to discard. She tilted her head. Which is? That we were not born for peace. And we may not die in it, either. Superman stepped forward. 1 meter. Measured. Then asked. Is that why you conquer? No. Then why? Because peace is not transferable. Only structure is. Diana frowned. And you think Earth has none? Craig said. Earth has attachment. That is not the same. The platform remained still. The stars did not blink. Clark asked. Why speak to us? Craig turned. Not quickly. But without hesitation. Because you are the two who will be forced to carry what the rest choose not to remember. Diana said. We carry it now. No, Craig said. You carry it cleaned. Sanitized. Translated. He looked down. At the planet turning below. Then said. Your world is trying to forget how sharp it once was. It is trying to believe that clarity is cruelty. That structure is oppression. That victory is domination. Clark didn't interrupt. Craig finished. I am here because one day, you will stand alone in the memory of what this planet used to need. And no one will understand the price of it except you. Diana's voice lowered. You assume surrender. No. I assume pattern. Clark folded his arms. Then what's the point of this? Craig met his eyes. To confirm you remember what it feels like to hold a weapon and not call it evil. The line cut deep. Not as a threat. Not even as truth. Just as recognition. That this was not a battle of enemies. It was the quiet, terrible conversation between survivors, each shaped by systems they did not create, each carrying the weight of victory they no longer trusted. Diana finally stepped forward. Not in challenge. In understanding. You believe we're soft? No, Craig said. I believe you're cornered. That stopped both of them. Craig continued. You know what war requires. But your world no longer thanks you for knowing it. He looked at Diana. You are no longer worshipped. Then at Clark. You are no longer followed. He stood firm. And yet you are still used. Diana asked. Why say this now? Because your people are starting to believe that peace is their nature, not their privilege. And that mistake will kill more than any invasion. Clark asked. You want us to remind them? No. Then what? I want you to remember, when the choice comes, what they've already given up to avoid making it. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. It was pure. No diplomacy. No insult. Just 3 leaders, born of 3 broken worlds, standing in orbit over a planet that still believed itself above consequence. Clark finally spoke. When the choice comes, and we have to decide who Earth becomes. You won't decide. Then who? Craig said. Whoever's still willing to be hated when it's over. Diana took one step toward the platform edge. Looked down at Earth. Then said. And if that person's wrong? Craig's voice did not shift. Then at least they moved. They stood for 7 more minutes. No one left. No one moved. Then Craig departed. No flight. No sonic boom. Just a silent phase drift into the upper layer. Clark didn't speak. Diana didn't turn. They stood, orbit-side, with a warm memory between them that neither had asked for but now could no longer deny. They said nothing when they returned to Earth. They filed no report. But that night, Watchtower security flagged 2 updates. Diana requested a full unlock of historical war strategy data from League archives, previously sealed. Clark requested access to all surviving recordings of Kryptonian civil governance pre-collapse. No one questioned them. No one asked why. Because no one wanted to remember what they were preparing to remember. Chapter 26, Lines Etched in Bone. Craig did not request a summit. He did not gather a council. He did not inform me because he knew I would allow it. Instead, he returned to Lunar Axis Core 3, the smallest of our 3 primary command platforms, located beneath the basalt layer of the Moon's western interior. A quiet place. Not used for war planning, not wired into fleet command. It had once served as a cultural archival center during our occupation of Thraxa. Now it had a different purpose. He reopened it. And began to teach. I arrived unannounced 5 hours after his first directive was logged. I passed 6 corridor checkpoints. No guards. No one stopped me. They all knew who I was. And more importantly, they knew why I had come. I did not speak until I stood behind the central lecture gate. The room ahead had no displays, no simulation pods, no gravitational variation training. Just a single half-circle of reinforced alloy benches and a cold floor lined with impact scoring. 6 hybrids sat in the arc. 3 born from Earth-based Viltrumite unions. 2 from Thrax-aligned pairings. 1 a younger male whose genetics traced directly to the Coalition defector's reproduction protocol. All of them were physically viable. None of them had fought yet. Until now, they had only observed. Craig stood at the center. His hands were clasped behind his back. He wasn't speaking when I entered. He was waiting. Letting silence arrange their attention. I crossed my arms and leaned against the door frame. He didn't turn. Instead, he said. You were late. I said. You didn't send for me. He nodded. Then turned to the 6. These are the ones who will be allowed to hold memory without being shaped by it. That was when I knew. This wasn't a training module. It was a preparation protocol. For inheritance. One of the hybrids, female, 17 Earth years by maturity estimation, raised her hand. He gestured her forward. She stood. Didn't fidget. General, she said. What is our role now that conquest is no longer ordered? Craig stepped closer. Who told you conquest was finished? She blinked. No one. Then why ask? Because Earth is still standing. Craig tilted his head. And you think standing means stability? The hybrid hesitated. Then shook her head. No. But I think the moment of collapse has passed. Craig didn't correct her. He said. The moment of collapse never arrives where it is expected. He paced slowly. Measured steps. Then said. This world is not a threat because it resists us. It is a threat because it has learned to survive its own contradictions. Another hybrid spoke. This one older, early 20s. Coalition mixed origin. What does that make them? Craig turned. Unpredictable. The hybrid asked. Is unpredictability strength? Craig answered. No. But it is resilient. And resilience has value, if controlled. I stepped forward. Into the room. None of the hybrids flinched. That was good. I said. You're not training them to kill. Craig nodded. They already know how. You're training them to govern. Yes. One of the Thraxaborn hybrids turned. He was large shoulders near mine in scale, though younger. He asked. If Earth accepts function, what becomes of its memory? Craig did not answer. He looked at me. I answered instead. It will keep only what earns utility. And discard the rest. The hybrid frowned. That includes truth. Yes. Craig walked to the center. Then said. Truth is not universal. It is assigned value only when it aligns with survival. One of the Earth hybrids spoke. Their people won't accept that. Not yet, I said. But they're learning. The youngest hybrid, barely into full control of flight response, raised a hand. Craig nodded. She asked. Do we become leaders if they surrender? No, Craig said. You become stewards. What's the difference? He walked to her. Stopped. Then said. A leader shapes intent. A steward shapes memory. That landed harder than I expected. Because it was true. This generation second-wave hybrids would not lead war fronts. They would administer order after resistance failed or collapsed under its own contradictions. They would not be conquerors. They would be the ones Earth thanked for saving them from uncertainty. Craig turned to me. They're ready. No, I said. They're not. He didn't argue. He just asked. When will they be? I looked at the 6. All of them steady. None of them afraid. None of them angry. That was important. Then I said. When they learn what to destroy without needing to justify it. Craig nodded. Then he dismissed them. All 6 stood. Filed out. No chatter. No lingering. They understood how attention diluted purpose. When the room was empty, Craig sat on the bench nearest the center. I stood across from him. He asked. You still believe we'll need them? Yes. For war? No. For continuity? He nodded once. Then said. Mark is watching. I know. He's listening to Diana. I know. Will he choose them? No. Then who? Whoever bleeds the right amount at the wrong time. That was the shape of Earth's future. Not decided by armies. Not decided by symbols. But by pressure, applied long enough, in enough direction, that their memory of resistance became shame, and their shame became surrender. And when that happened, the ones we trained now quietly, precisely would be ready to inherit what they had never earned. Because Viltrumite law does not require earned loyalty. Only functional obedience. 2 days later, I convened a private council with Anissa. We stood on the northern spire. Just the 2 of us. She looked at the earth through narrowed eyes. She said. They're building something. Yes. Not a weapon. No. She said. A story. Yes. She turned to me. And said. They think memory will protect them. I said. It might. She tilted her head. But only if it leads to unity. I looked down at the planet. Then said. And they've never managed that. Chapter 27, The Ones Who Buried. She did not announce the gathering. She did not use leak channels. She did not tell Clark. Diana sent 5 messages. Each by hand. Each untraceable. Each coded not by frequency but by memory, spoken only in terms known to those who once bled in the old wars. Not the ones who fought with banners, or shouted from rooftops. Not the ones who were turned into symbols or sanctified into legends. She summoned only the ones who buried. The ones who cleaned the ruins while others declared the war won. The ones who survived not because they were strong, but because they were too slow to die. They met her at a refugee-cleared vault beneath the Aleutian mountain ridge, once part of a League fallback shelter system, now repurposed by no one. No defense grids. No lights. No League control. Just air, dust, silence, and memory. The first to arrive was Julius Vance, former civilian tactician during the Apocalypse event. No powers. No armor. No formal recognition. But he had lived inside an orbital burn site for 9 weeks before cleanup crews made entry. He had catalogued 3,412 corpses. By hand. He had never published his findings. He walked with a slight limp, carried no devices. He nodded to Diana once. She did not bow. Second came Miranda Sheng, ex-communications lead from Coast City's relief corridors. She had been 25 during the Lantern collapse. She hadn't fought. She hadn't resisted. She had stood still in a fire-lit tunnel and transmitted evacuation orders while the green glow flickered and died. She had spoken for 10 hours after her lungs began to bleed. No one ever told her to stop. She arrived late by 7 minutes. Apologized. Diana only shook her head. Third and fourth arrived together. Ven Torrance and Malia Assar. They were twin logistics officers from the Metropolis outer grid perimeter during the Brainiac siege. Their unit had lasted 19 hours. Only 5 of them lived. The twins had run power routing through unmapped ducts by memory. They never received commendation. They never asked for it. They had nothing left to save, only records to keep. They sat without speaking. Diana looked at all 4. Then turned off the last generator feed. The chamber dimmed. Only natural light from above filtered through rock fractures. She did not raise her voice. She said. I did not summon you to prepare for battle. They nodded. No one interrupted. She said. I summoned you to remember what we lose when we let survival define the story. Vance spoke first. He looked down at his hands. Then said. I remember when we stopped naming the dead. Sheng said. I remember when we stopped teaching why we died. Torrance said. I remember when we turned reconstruction into ceremony so no one would ask what had been taken. Assar said. I remember when we stopped mourning, and called it progress. Diana listened. Then said. You remember what Earth did when it thought it was rebuilding. But that was still Earth. This time, it may be something else. Vance looked at her. He asked. Is this surrender? She shook her head. This is clarity. She walked to the center of the room. Stood still. Then said. The Viltrumites will not burn our homes. They will not erase our buildings. They will not outlaw our stories. Sheng whispered. But they'll make the telling of them pointless. Torrance asked. Then what is our task? Diana said. To speak before speaking becomes functionless. To remember before remembrance becomes inefficient. Assar said. No one will listen. Diana didn't disagree. She said. Not yet. They stood in silence. Old silence. Not tactical. Not respectful. Just the kind of silence you use when no one's left to blame but the war isn't gone. Then Vance did something unexpected. He stood, walked to the wall, and pressed his hand against the stone. The others watched. He didn't speak to them. He said, "This is where I buried my last log." Sheng blinked. "You mean your final body list?" "No," he said. "My testimony. I left it here." Asar asked. "Why?" He turned, looked at Diana, then said, "Because I knew someday the League would get tired of hearing how we lost." That was the moment. Diana stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Then this is where we begin." They spent the next 6 hours not debating, not planning. They reconstructed. Not tactics, but memory. They listed the names of the fallen no longer taught. They recited the decisions that led to necessary losses. They spoke of the wars Earth called victories but that they only survived. They said them aloud. No recording. No database. No transmitter. Just words, passed across mouths not accustomed to ceremony. By hour 7, Sheng stood. Her voice cracked. "I remember when the lanterns stopped returning to Earth." Diana said. "They still do." Sheng shook her head. "They used to return to belong. Now they return to evaluate." By hour 8, Asar produced a worn file. Paper. Real. She laid it out on the floor. Said, "This is the last unredacted copy of the outer grid resettlement logs. I kept it in storage under satellite blackout." Vance stared. "You could have sold that." "I tried," she said. "No one wanted it." Diana picked it up. Pages flaked. She didn't react. She said, "Then this becomes the first chapter." "Of what?" Torrance asked. Diana answered. "Of what Earth was, before it started deciding memory was a liability." That was the beginning of the silent ledger. An internal project. No League tag. No coalition awareness. No Viltrumite interception. They built it on tactile materials. Carbon, ink, bone glue adhesives. Each contributor memorized a page before copying it. Each page was never uploaded. This was not a weapon. It was not a history. It was a residue. A body of knowledge that refused to be reduced to data. Something no algorithm could optimize. I learned of it through Anissa. She mentioned Diana had gone quiet. That certain survivors from older incidents had begun requesting hard copy scanning tools. That League waste collection numbers from 5 unregistered archive points had increased by 14%. None of it mattered strategically. But I noticed. Because Earth was not resisting our power. It was resisting the removal of its texture. And texture is the last signal of a culture's unwillingness to be turned into design. I did not order its destruction. Not yet. Because I understood what it was. Not rebellion. Not weaponry. Not sedition. It was preparatory grief. For a future already being swallowed. The hybrids would not understand it. The second generation wouldn't care. But Diana? Diana understood what gets mourned before it's gone. And so did Craig. He came to me that evening. No message. He walked into the inner chamber and said, "They've started telling old stories again." I said, "I know." He said, "They're not organizing." "No. They're remembering." "Yes." He stared at me. Then said, We should erase it. I looked at him and said, no. He didn't argue. He understood. Because he knew what I knew. You don't destroy memory too soon. Because what people are allowed to grieve, they do not turn into myths. And myths? Those are what build resistance. Chapter 28, The Page He Never Returned. Mark found it by mistake. He wasn't searching for rebellion. He wasn't looking for Diana. He had stopped trying to speak for Earth 2 weeks ago. Since then, he had been observing quietly from orbit and lower stratosphere. Watching cities respond not to speeches, but to silences. Listening not to what the League said, but to what it no longer corrected. He had watched how children began to speak differently. How civilians now said before they came with less fear, more exactness. He had read reports of street murals that bore no slogans, only lists. Names. Years. Unattached to any campaign. He had sensed something forming in the underlayers of Earth's thinking. Not resistance. Context. And context was dangerous. He entered the vault beneath Aleutian Ridge on a passive scan drift. No sound. No pressure fluctuation. He wore no interface. No command plate. He touched down between marker posts so old even the League satellites had stopped refreshing them. The first thing he noticed was the absence of light. No automation. No sensor plates. Only daylight that filtered through fractured stone. He didn't announce himself. He descended. And found the book. It was resting on a metal crate no longer used for weapon storage. Bound in paper. Not synthetic. It smelled faintly of ash. Not fire but the memory of it. There was no title. No author. No League stamp. Just 2 words on the spine. The ledger. He opened it. And read. There was no introduction. Just entries. Written in block handwriting, some shaky, some exact. Each entry bore no timestamp. No battle name. Only the voice of someone who had witnessed something not important enough to be archived, but too heavy to forget. We burned 12 trucks because the refrigeration failed. All civilian meat gone. I was told not to log the reason. I logged it anyway. One child wouldn't stop crying after the shields dropped. I asked if he'd seen someone die. He said no, he just missed color. All he'd seen was gray for 5 months. The order came from above. Close the gate. There were 27 outside. I followed the order. But I wrote down the names. Mark didn't know how long he stood there. But by the 6th page, he had stopped breathing evenly. By the 11th, he sat down. Not from shock. Not from guilt. From contact. He had been raised to act. Not reflect. The pages didn't scream. They didn't dramatize. They recorded. What power had done. What survival had cost. Not in summary. Intention. And tension was something he had stopped feeling in his own skin. Until now. He kept reading. We installed the relief grid. Power reached 30 homes. I asked for a note in the file to Mark who died before it came. I was told it would be demoralizing. I asked her if she knew what a birthday was. She said, a day you didn't have to carry anything. I told her that was close enough. I stopped remembering faces. But I never stopped writing down who asked to be remembered. Mark closed the book. Stared at the wall. There were no cameras. No telemetry. He could have walked away. He could have burned it. But he didn't. Instead, he opened to the final entry. 1 line. No signature. If no one reads this, then they were right. He stood, book in hand. He did not report it to the League. He did not send it to the moon. He flew. Not quickly. Not towards battle. Not toward order. But toward silence. He reached orbit and stayed there for 6 hours. He did not activate comms. He did not open his field interface. He placed the ledger on his chest and did not move. I felt his absence immediately. He was not being tracked. But I could tell. The moon's passive sensors picked up the gravitational adjustment of his orbit stabilization field. Too still. Too far from League arcs. I knew what it meant. I accessed the last 6 atmospheric logs. No anomaly. No civilian encounter. No hostiles. Only one trajectory down into the Aleutian Ridge, then back into low Earth holding pattern. I scanned the data delta. 3 minutes, 27 seconds of unknown presence inside the subterranean shelter. Then a liftoff with uncharacteristic force curve, not military, not flight drift. It was the acceleration of someone reaching escape speed without needing to. Someone escaping contact. Anissa entered the central tower shortly after I confirmed the data. She didn't speak. Just held out a data pad. It contained a satellite capture. A street mural from Ankara. Just 4 painted words. He read the page. Anissa said. He didn't report it. I know. Then what does that mean? I stared at the mural. Then said. It means he didn't disagree with it. She asked. Will he turn? No. Will he resist? No. Then what? I said. He will complicate. And complication, I understood, was more dangerous than defiance. Because defiance declared itself. But complication restructured loyalty in slow, invisible increments. Mark returned to Earth 3 days later. He resumed scheduled simulations. He filed his reports on lunar soil mineral shifts. He submitted a memo request to attend hybrid training observation in Core 3. He met with Diana. They discussed nothing relevant. He never mentioned the ledger. But when he was alone, he began writing. Not commands. Not tactical evaluations. Not declarations. He began writing small reflections. They were not critical. They were not rebellious. They were just observations. One read. Today I saw a man repair a water filter. He didn't have the part. He shaped it from scrap. It will last a week. But he made it anyway. Not because it was efficient. Because it gave someone 7 days. Another read. She asked me if her father had to die. I told her yes. Then I couldn't explain why. I thought about what answer I would have accepted if I'd been her. I couldn't think of one. He didn't show them to anyone. But he made them physical. Paper. Pen. He kept them in a drawer. He didn't name the folder. Just left it where he could find it again. I sent no enforcers. I filed no report. Because I knew. What he had touched was not poison. It was weight. And the Viltrumite way had no immunity to weight. Only systems to outpace it. But if someone like Mark began to move slower, began to reflect, began to require explanation, then our grip would not weaken. But it would have to adjust. An adjustment meant change. And change, if it began to accumulate memory, could become something no longer loyal. Chapter 29, The Mirror Without War. I summoned him in silence. No transmission. No delegation. No alert to Anissa. No message to Craig. I sent no command because I did not need to. Mark understood patterns, even if he had begun to hesitate before following them. The message was in omission. He arrived 2 hours later, unarmed. He wore nothing but the compression suit standard to hybrid flight. He entered the core chamber of Lunar Axis Core 1, my domain, and stood in the center ring, beneath the overhead armory that had never once been activated in his presence. He did not speak. I didn't either. For 43 seconds. Then I said, "Did you keep the book?" His expression did not change. That was important. He didn't pretend not to understand. He didn't stall. He simply looked at me. Then said, "Yes." There was no reason to hide. There was no punishment coming. Because punishment implies rebellion. And Mark was not rebelling. He was carrying something. I stepped down from the inner tier. The ground shifted beneath my boots. Not in threat. In weight. When I stood in front of him, I said, "You did not report it." He nodded. "No." "You did not copy it." "No." "You read all of it." He looked at me carefully. Then said, "3 times." I let that sit between us. Because this was not a confrontation. This was a calculation. Mark had stopped reporting not because he was disloyal, but because he had touched something that did not require command. Memory. And memory was not efficient. But it was durable. I paced once, slowly. Mark didn't turn. I said, "You understand what that book was?" "Yes." "You understand what it can do to Earth?" He hesitated. Then, "I think I understand what it's already done." I stopped. Faced him fully. "And what's that?" He didn't blink. Given them a reason to hurt again on purpose. That landed. Because he was right. The Ledger Diana's artifact of preserved failure and loss was not a weapon. It was a permission structure. It gave Earth something the Viltrumites did not design for. The right to mourn without asking why. Mark sat on the bench ring. No invitation. No offense. Just movement. Grounded. I watched him for a full minute. Then asked, "Why didn't you burn it?" He looked up. Not defiant. Not ashamed. He said, "Because I needed to read it again." To what end? To remember why some people keep choosing pain even when peace is available. I stepped closer. There was no threat in my posture. There didn't need to be. He would feel my presence because he had been built to. I said, "You believe the ledger contains truth?" He nodded. "Yes. More than we've offered." He hesitated. "It's not more. It's something else." "What?" Mark inhaled slowly. "It's the memory of people who didn't win. Who didn't resist. Who just didn't die." I studied his posture. Relaxed. Still aware. Still trained. He had not forgotten who he was. He had remembered what he wasn't. That was more dangerous. Because a soldier who doubts himself is weak. But a soldier who remembers his orders are not the only reason he exists. That soldier becomes a variable. I sat across from him. No space between us. 2 meters. Equal height. Equal strength. Not equal purpose. Not anymore. I said. "You still believe in our purpose?" "I do." "You still believe Earth can be integrated?" "I do." "You still believe weakness must be corrected?" "Yes." I nodded. "Then explain the book." Mark leaned forward. Hands flat on his knees. His voice dropped. "It's not resistance. It's residue. It's what's left when you survive something no one prepares you for. And it doesn't make you stronger. It doesn't make you smarter. It just makes you carry. I waited. He continued. And Earth's people don't forget what they carry. They pass it down. In ways we don't track. Not through protest. Not through law. Through stories. Through things that don't optimize anything. That was when I understood. He had crossed a threshold. Not of allegiance. Of perception. He didn't see Earth as something to conquer anymore. He saw it as something already changing not through us, but around us. And he wasn't resisting. He was trying to understand how to survive it. I said. You think we are missing something? Mark nodded. Yes. What? They don't win by force. They win by enduring themselves longer than we endure our logic. He was right. And that meant I had to change strategy. Not because Mark was disloyal. But because Mark was now a mirror. And mirrors do not fight. They reflect. And reflections spread. I stood. Mark didn't follow. He knew this was the part where I decided what would happen next. I looked down at him. Then said. You will not be punished. He nodded. I didn't expect to be. You will not be promoted. I didn't ask. You will be watched. He looked up. Calm. I know. I left him in the chamber. I returned to the central systems. And I opened a restricted command line I had not accessed in years. One keyed only to the succession protocols, the documents that govern ideological transitions after failed conquest. Not protocols of surrender. Protocols of integration without control. The ones that would require the hybrids to be not warriors, but interpreters. Mark had not asked for control. He had not asked to lead. But he would be the one they listened to now. Because Earth would not follow strength anymore. It would follow the one who understood what it never stopped carrying. And Mark? He had carried both truths. Mine. And theirs. And he had not broken. He had complicated. Chapter 30, The Lesson That Endures. He did not request permission. He did not draft a proposal. He submitted the revised protocols directly to the Core 3 training system. He encoded them under his own name, not as a command directive, but as a standard variant module, a common designation used for introducing alternate models during hybrid instruction sequences. No announcement. No justification. Just a quiet insertion into the rotational curriculum queue. The edits weren't aggressive. They didn't remove anything. They added. Specifically, 7 modules totaling 143 pages. Their title was printed in plain, neutral font. Supplemental Perspective, Failure Events in Non-Optimal Cultural Systems. The first class to receive them was Hybrid Cohort Delta 7. They didn't react at first. Because the words were simple. The file opened like any other. But the first sentence was not protocol. It was a question. What do you do when the enemy loses and doesn't disappear? Craig read the module alone in the Core 3 observation dome. He made no edits. He added no comments. He logged no objection. Because everything Mark had submitted was canonically legal. By coalition-approved governance integration standards, cultural heritage events so long as not politically incendiary were valid case studies. And Mark had followed the rule precisely. What he'd done differently was this. He hadn't framed Earth's trauma as failure to overcome. He framed it as what was left over when there was nothing else to do but survive. The modules told no stories of League victories. They didn't explain planetary battles or highlight resistance tactics. They were built from the ledger. but not copied. Mark had translated the essence of what he'd read into observation-based systems theory. Each page began with a line from the ledger but stripped of emotion. No names. No context. Just the event. Example. Civilian requested personal time off during famine-era work redistribution cycle. Denied. Proceeded to work until collapse. Result, increase in productivity metric. Decrease in morale index. Then came the instruction prompt. Analyze, how might integrated planetary strategy alter morale outcomes while preserving productivity? Followed by 3 interpretation zones. Viltrumite optimal response, maintain pressure, allow collapse, record result. Coalition recommended adaptation, cycle 1-day micro-leave, test if morale stabilizes. Unknown Earth pattern, request is not functional but relational. Define belonging and apply to cohesion projection. The hybrids didn't know what to do with the third category. They weren't trained to answer that kind of question. But they tried. Not because they believed it was correct, but because Mark had included it. And Mark was not questioned. By week 2, cohort Delta 7 began submitting reflections. Unsolicited. Not for reward, but because they wanted clarity. That was the risk. That was the opening. One hybrid Caspia, Thraxaborn wrote. If a civilian's sense of purpose degrades from prolonged usefulness without pause, is the loss of emotional coherence a tactical liability? Another Delon, Earth Viltrumite asked. Are we supposed to care about failure, or just understand how to predict it? A third simply wrote. What if the reason Earth resists is because they're not trying to win? They're just trying not to disappear. Craig read every response. He did not redact them. He added no counters. He flagged them for long-term memory retention. Highest possible status. He called me that evening. We didn't speak on the primary frequency. We used the private relay built before Mark's birth, back when Nolan was still stationed alone on Earth. Craig said. He's changing the tempo. I said. He's not fighting. No, Craig agreed. He's reshaping what they believe success requires. The following month, Mark attended the cohort's first roundtable debrief. He entered without insignia. No status. No hierarchy. He sat among them. No stage. No command field. He began the session with a simple question. What do you think failure feels like? Not one of them answered quickly. That was good. It meant they didn't think it was a trick. Caspia was first. She said. I think failure is being told what you did was enough, but still not being trusted. Delon said. I think it's not knowing if your work matters without death involved. Another hybrid said. I think it's when the people we protect stop looking at us like they know we care. Mark nodded after each one. Then said. You're right. And nothing else. No correction. No framing. Just acceptance. That was the session that shifted the internal tilt of the hybrid core. They didn't rebel. They didn't fracture. They simply began to contextualize. By week 6, a group of 5 requested to visit Earth-based heritage zones. Not for patrol. Not for scanning. Just to walk through them. They requested a guide. Diana sent Sheng, the woman who had held a transmitter while dying. She gave them no speeches. No warnings. She said. Ask anything. Just don't ask what you should feel. They didn't. But when they returned, they submitted no performance logs. Just one line of report. We observed the cost of quiet. I read the report myself. I marked it. I archived it. I said nothing. Because I had seen the shape forming. And the shape was not deviation. It was inheritance without imitation. And that was what Mark was teaching now. Not to fight Earth's contradictions, but to understand that contradiction is sometimes the structure itself. Anissa visited me after reviewing the modules. She entered without knocking. She dropped the datapad on my table. Said, "You allowed this?" I didn't respond. She said, "It's not tactical." I said, "It's historical." She paused. Then said, "You still think they'll submit?" I said, "They're already integrating. They're just not doing it the way we designed." She leaned forward. "Then how do we stay above them?" I looked at her. Then said, "We don't. We move beside them. But we remember why we didn't start there." By week 8, the modules had spread. Without directive. Cohort Delta 5, Delta 3, and Epsilon 2 began using the same third analysis framework. By week 10, an Earth-based league request came through Mark's relay. If your hybrids understand failure, they might be allowed to help with reconstruction without supervision. Mark forwarded it to me. He said nothing. I read it. Then replied with one line. Allow 3. Observe. Do not instruct. They went. They weren't given uniforms. They weren't given clearance. But they were seen. And more importantly, they were spoken to. By week 11, a child handed a hybrid a drawing. Not of war. Not of victory. Just a hybrid standing between two buildings. Hands out. Holding nothing. Just present. The child had written, "You don't look like us. But you listened." That was the moment. Not when Earth surrendered. Not when we took control. But when they began giving memory willingly. Because they believed someone finally wanted to carry it with them. Mark didn't take credit. He never called it a program. He didn't publish. He didn't document his reflections. But one evening, he sat in his private chamber. And on a sheet of paper, he wrote one line. Function isn't enough. It must remember what it was once made to serve. He folded the paper. Didn't seal it. Placed it in a locker used for discarded reports. Didn't label it. Didn't hide it. And walked away.